Hello again, Struckpub. I am back today with some more Torchlight Frontiers Update 9 Seeds of Fortune. Yesterday I was exploring the changes and I was liking a lot of the things that changed, but I kind of left my mic somehow muted because I changed some hardware, so some things changed and my mic was muted, so for 2.5 hours back then for the stream everything I said was not broadcast, so I'm gonna try and repeat some of the things as I go with my stream today. I'm gonna try and remember what I kind of talked about yesterday. So first of all, yesterday I did try the new mage skills. I made a build that included both of those. Today I'm gonna do the same for the other two characters. So who should we get? Should we get the Forged right away and see how we can do with that? I want to make a build that uses both new skills, which let me quickly check the names of. They should be called Sonic Pulse and Fracking Strike. Sonic Pulse is unleash a pulse that exposes enemy weaknesses, thereby temporarily increasing damage against them, and Fracking Strike is your fists send rippling waves of earth that damages and swallows your targets. So I'm gonna try those two skills in the same build. So let's see if I can pull this 2-in-1 off. First of all, I need to go to my warehouse, cause this guy probably has full bags. I can just unload a bit of gear into the warehouse so I can pick up stuff. Let's see. And farming enchanted recipes, enchanted gear would take a while, cause you want the gear to have this enchantment socket or whatever it's actually called. The ability to enchant an armor is marked with a socket or a square or whatever, a hole in the armor that tells you that you can put some enchantments there. Probably gear with more of those would appear as the rarity grows. So let's just put some gear from here in there. First of all, skill wise, let's go ahead and have a look at the skills. Reset skills opportunity. Yes. Do reset. So one of the new skills is this one. It is a debuff, a nice debuff, because all damage against the enemies would be 40% higher for 8 seconds and 15 chance to stun the enemies for 1.5 seconds. Then you get barrage skill cooldowns, which would benefit anything that's here, such as poison dart and coal launch. Then additional stun chance for Sonic Pulse. Okay, this probably shouldn't be a high priority for maxing it out, but it's also nice to stun if it can stun bosses. I'm gonna try it. So let's check Fracking Strike as well. So that's gonna be fun. First you debuff them with this and then you hit them with a Fracking Strike. This does weapon damage, so it benefits from better weapons. So we'll need this for extra bro skill damage, I'm assuming. I guess let's just go all in there. Barrage skills damage. This is not about the damage, so this is not necessary, but I think I would need 1 point to be able to unlock those. Do I want coal launch? I really don't, and I really don't want shotgun blast. But I want to unlock this, so I have to put 10 points. Heat dissipation is always nice, so let's just put 9 points here, I think. Then max this one out. Okay, now here I need 15 points in total. I've spent 12, so 3 points. 3 more points. Melee skill crit chance. I think this is considered melee, maybe. Chance to heal health when hitting stunned enemy. This is the synergy. This is it. So they reworked Vortex Bomb. Although I didn't do what I should have. I should have maxed this one before maxing the other one, cause oh, never mind. I can still put points here. So I've got 47 available, it seems. Still. Ramming robot is always nice. Even if it's just 1 pointer, it's pretty good to help you move around the map. More vortex bomb seems to be for the synergy of the build a good choice. Do I want this crit chance, or do I want to get something like poison dart or slug shot or cold launch or more heat dissipation? Let's get the heat dissipation to the maximum. I'm gonna max out ramming robot, and then next off, do I want the melee crit chance, or actually let's put this one to the limit. Extra crit chance for this skill and some movement speed. Okay, let's get some movement speed for the final 4 points. So first of all, I want to see if I've got everything where I want it to be. Let's have this here. We want this to be here. And what am I missing? Vortex bomb. Let's see. Yeah, that's pretty nice. Yeah, I'm loving this. And that's because I still have the cooldown for Vortex Bomb gear, but I'm gonna switch this build to be something more effective later. And why not actually now? Let's see, crit damage, so Cyclone mode. Do I want the cooldown for Vortex Bomb, or do I want to get something like this, or maybe something like this? I'm loving the improved health regeneration, rebalanced, reworked. Oh, crit damage here. So currently my defenses are pretty spread out, but leaning towards the high-vid part. So if I want to go for a more universal setup, I'm gonna need to change some of the high-vid gear. Like, I can sacrifice some of this cooldown and put better gloves. So while I'm here, let's check those here quickly. Oh, I can't see them unless I do this. Okay. Additional bolts fired on shock, and this one was attack speed and cooldown, and this one was high vid, and that's physical. Do I use even a shock weapon for the cannon? I'd ideally want to be able to shock with this or this. Let's quickly check that. Chance to shock. Miss chance to poison with mana again, which of course I don't benefit from. So this one is the better option. Although I kind of don't want this much steam dissipation. I'm trying to get away from that for this setup. But one missed perk is not that big of a deal, I guess. In the meantime, let's check this one as well. Just checking. So goblin defense, chance to gain burn proof on critical hit. That's pretty nice. And HP, whereas this one was crit damage, physical damage. Okay, the more damage oriented. And this one is okay. Double crit chance. I doubt I can get something better. Something with single crit chance, heavy defense, HP. This one was physical defense. More crit damage and fire defense for high vid. Okay. Yeah, I'm loving this change. So yeah, I think we're good to go. Kind of got okay gear. I mean, not the best. Not the best in the min-maxed setup, but it's fine. Now let's go test it. First of all, I want to go on the easiest difficulty, test one map there, then go on the hardest difficulty and test one map there. Just quickly gonna put some more gear in there. So let's see, what about this one? This is the mana one. So yeah, I'm gonna have to just get rid of some of that gear from here. I'm gonna try this one due to the bleeding and stuff later. Oh, back resistance and stun resistance isn't bad, but it's only level 37. But that crit damage though. Chance to stun. This is nice because it will synergize well with Vortex Bomb. So I'm gonna equip this. Where was it? The chance to stun. This one. I'm gonna lose the shock though. Do shocked enemies count as stunned enemies though? This is a lot of steam dissipation which I normally wouldn't want. But I'm gonna see how this plays out as well. And what relic are we using? Flaming Destroyer. So I'm better off going for a burning setup. So I think that's gonna be it for the main hand, offhand, cannon, etc. I don't have maps, so I'm gonna have to go and buy some. Do I have money for them? Yeah. Alright. Or maybe I can just do some of those missions for now. Gobskill Canyon. So off to the Gobskill Canyon. So let's just do some of the missions for the contracts. So I will play with this character for a bit, then I'm gonna try the new skills of the Realm Master as well. I just wanna see all the new additions, bit by bit, at my own pace, to explore them and see what's going on. So let's see now. I don't even need to build heat with that. I'm using it to build heat, which is amazing. Yeah, okay, that's an interesting synergy. Vortex Bomb to heal for stunned enemies. This one has extra chance to stun. No, it was this one that has chance to stun. And then with this one we give chance to stun to our other skills such as Fracking Strike or Shotgun Blast or whatever. So that's a very nice synergy, and I'm gonna turn this into a build by itself because it's just so nice. Of course I'm gonna try it on the hardest difficulty. I always try on the easiest first and then I swap to the hardest just to have some sort of idea what changed in the base and in the end result with all the modifiers. Okay, so let's see where my mission is. Up there. Okay, let's stop playing around with the wobby enemies. Just gonna check this one. Can it one-shot them? Yes, it can. What about this one? Big Rat. That's gonna give some fame, so it's still nice killing it even though it's lower level. Fame is fame. And it is needed for those, unless it was reworked. I didn't see dropping fame. Because I don't see somewhere where I can see how much fame I've got collected so far. Let's check here. So I am at 240. I'm gonna check if an elite enemy IQ would make this one go. Or maybe if any enemy IQ makes it go one by one. Maybe that's also nice. I'm gonna quickly check every now and then. No, it's still 240, so maybe just the quests for now and some special enemies. But before, when you kill an elite, regardless of what type of elite and which rarity, like the legendary elite or just the more basic ones. Okay. So I've missed something. Oh, elites. Now let's see if it will change my fame after killing those. So it's a pack of triples. Yeah, triple pack. Now I'm not using my skills the way I should. I should use this one, then this one, then this one. But I'm not doing the rotation because it's new to me. So quick check. Contracts. No, the fame's still the same. So far I can tell that some elites don't give you fame when you kill them. Maybe it's because of my level and the enemy's level. Maybe it needs to be within a few levels of mine. But then the whole point of the downscaling would make no sense. Okay, let's check the quest marker here. What am I supposed to do? Would this? No. What's supposed to happen here? Bramble Wrangle. Clear dry brambles. Where? How? Oh, there we go. Okay, that wasn't that difficult to figure out, I guess. Okay. There's some, oh, 4 pieces of ashwood. Where is this thing with clearing the brambles? I don't see the quest here. I'm already seeing a great combo between the classes. Cause before we had the combo between Realm Master and Dusk Mage. We could use Consecration and then we can use some buffs on the Realm Master as well. We could also use the Shield Car, and now we have this skill, Sonic Pulse, to make the enemies take more damage. So we had Flying Picks that was applying, I think, bleeding, and was it vulnerability? I need to check my Realm Master skills. I think there was one that applied vulnerability. Or maybe that was from a relic weapon. I'm gonna check it. But this seems to be a good synergy already. Having this skill, then having the shield car, and the AoE skills of the Realm Master, and then having Luminous Run on the Mage and Consecration on the Mage. Gives the players reason to wanna mix match the parties and have one of each class at least for some of those skills that the class can bring to the table for the whole party to benefit from. So this is a weird build. I really just wanted to use the two new skills in one build, and as soon as I'm done I'm changing to the most difficult, the ridiculous difficulty. I just want to make a proper benchmark of the skills on both the easiest and hardest difficulty settings. I know how difficult it is on my mage to do both settings. I know on the other characters, I know on this one with other builds. Okay. Next. Okay. This is perfect, this is perfect. Now, let's give the pet some stuff. And we even got a legendary to drop. Hooray, on the first map. It's a WoW one, but hey, I've never seen this one. Which reminds me, let's actually have a look at this cannon. I wish I could just hold it there so that it can be seen, but I can't. The only way is to just do this. Maybe there is a pause, but anyways, it's nice. Chance to burn, chance to stun, chance to swow. Fits perfectly with kind of a build as the one I'm aiming for. And at first, as I said, I wasn't even aiming for a min-maxed build, but this seems to be like a very nice synergy between Vortex Bomb and Fracking Strike. And a bit of a stun chance. This gives me chance to stun. So 13.7% chance to stun with Fracking Strike or Shotgun Blast or even Rapid Strike for this matter. I'm not sure whether this applies to Ramming Robot, but why the hell not? I think it applies on any type of damage I do. Which is great, since we want to be stunning enemies, we want to be healing with Vortex Bomb from those stunned enemies. And this great Fracking Strike AoE is what this class was missing all along. This is such a great skill from what I've seen so far. I'm gonna hold it here and see how it will perform in the most difficult setting, just to see at a level 50 map, green, white, regardless of what type, as long as it's level 50 and it's a map, it will be a decent enough benchmark. And I won't be using the best possible gear, more like I'll be using gear that's more synergistic to the build in regards to utility, like cooldown reduction, etc. So I kind of took my Vortex Bomb build from before the patch and I modified it. This build was missing exactly Fracking Strike and Sonic Pulse, and I just took skills that give me bonuses to the Brawler tree, to Fracking Strike for damage, and to this one for utility. So yeah, did I finish the quest here? Let me quickly check after killing those enemies. Okay, I've got me a new recipe. Let's quickly wood. Okay, a lot of stuff going on here. Let's just get rid of all those little gobbles. And there we go. Oh, just one there left. Kind of tempting me to go there next to him. Alright, enough of that. Now just need to send the pet to the town, I think, and check this recipe. Shock and oh, ranged weapon, that's perfect, that's amazing. Just what I like in my ranged weapons. So this on the highest difficulty would have gotten me killed already, due to those guys being able to one-two shot people. Those snipers or hunters or whatever they're called. So did this give me some fame? This is what I wanna find out. 340. So since I've started today, I've gotten like 100 fame. And I heard that once we complete this, there will be some that will be repeatable. So once you reach 60, you can keep going, and some of those levels, some of those things would be repeatable from what the patch notes appear to be saying, and the notes from before that. So that's interesting, and that's perfect. The way they've reworked the cores and weapon crafting is also a big kudos for that. I think I'm done with the quest here, so I need to find the hideaway. And I need to do some high-vid maps. Also, the shrines got reworked. There's just so much stuff that changed. I'm really happy for all the changes. In the meantime, I think I'm better off going to the town, which also got renamed to the Trevel Point, or I'm not sure how to properly pronounce this. It seems to be like French in origin. Maybe it's travel in French. Trevel. Travail. Maybe that's how it would be, but let's see. Poisonous Great Blade. 2 and 3 items with enchanting slots. I wonder if I can already give them some good upgrades. In the meantime, I want some maps, maybe a couple of high-bit maps, and let's get one goblin map as well. Those items, do I want essences or do I want to sell them? Alright, I think I'm gonna salvage some of those for essences. I don't want to keep my pockets too full when I go farming. It's always nice to have a bit of money to resurrect if you die. But so far, I think this would turn out to be a great combo. Can't wait for the next map. So, now, I wanted to go check quickly if I can enchant some of those weapons. Bond for shock and no, okay, I can level up this one. If that's how it still works, if we can still level up recipes or whether you just collect them. What about this one? Blunt force only. Bleed and crit strike builds. I think this is worth leveling up. But I don't see XP on the recipe, so really difficult to figure it out. Crit chance versus bleeding targets. So I got crit chance versus bleeding targets here, crit chance in total here, and here shock duration. Okay. Now this needs to be salvaged for essence. What about those? Can I salvage the enchantments like this? I guess not. I mean, I salvaged it for essence, but I couldn't do anything about the enchantment itself. It couldn't be removed. So if you enchant an item, so far I don't see a way for us to extract this enchantment and lose the item. Maybe there's a way to do the opposite, to change the enchantment on this one to blunt force, let's say, or let's say poison and crowd control. So I need to disenchant quickly, which removes it. That's 500 fee, which I just paid. And then you enchant again. And that's kind of gonna be the rerolling. So if you have something with 3 or 4, I don't even know if there's gonna be 4 slots, but let's assume there's ones with 2 or 3 slots based on the different rarities. So you're gonna enchant 3 times, and then when you disenchant you lose all those. So if you've got 2 good ones and 1 bad one, probably it's worth saving the 2 good ones instead of gambling, risking and losing the 2 good ones and getting 3 bad ones in the next row. So that's gonna be some interesting stuff going on later when we farm enough stuff to do more testing. Alright, without further ado, let's just go do the goblin map first. Oh, and before that... Okay. I think we're ready now. Let's see how this build with the 2 new skills will perform. And here we are. A shrine. So the shrines now are reworked to be a bit better, a bit more player friendly, but their duration is lower. Overall, I think it's a good change. It's for the better. It seems for them to be meant in a way to be that burst of power, burst of utility for a short period, but to give you an edge to be able to annihilate probably a whole map screen thanks to this, or maybe multiple map screens for the duration of this shrine. I'm doing an emulator map, which means I'm gonna have to be careful with my explosions, and the enemies want to not be too close to me when they die. So the current setup I'm using is not the best, mostly because I'm relying on pulling the enemies close to me. Thankfully those didn't benefit from the emulator, because maybe the elites don't inherit the modifiers. So if I'm relying only on the weapon, the ranged weapon, I'm barely doing anything, but if I start doing damage with this skill, look at that, immediately with my blue sword, blue cannon compared to this tenderizer. I was using this blue sword before. I think those ones just need to go. I think using the fire is an obvious choice when using the fire relic. But later I'm gonna experiment with different things with different relics. For now I'm just testing the skills, and so far the skills are great. And using both of them in the same setup seems to be kind of a synergy. And reworking Vortex Bomb is amazing, gives us extra survivability. The skill is much more appealing to me in a build than it was before, and I'm really happy for this change. I had a lot of stuff in mind for this skill, for builds centered around it, and now they would be much more viable than they were before. Before they were more of a fun project of mine, but now the skill kind of shines, especially having those 2 other ones in the setup. And this is, as you can see, on the hardest difficulty, on ridiculous, in an emulator map, level 48, because it's the first stage, I think, from a 3-stage map. But I did start it. Oh no, actually that's because my character is 48, it's not still 50. Yeah, this character is the only one that's not fully maxed. So I need 2 levels in each frontier to max it out. The other 2 I've got maxed out, and then I've got 2 mules, which one of them should be getting deleted soon, and I can start a hardcore character for a series of hardcore runs and attempts later on. Now I don't need those mules because I do have what to do with the necessary items. I can just salvage them for essences. Or if you haven't maxed out your Tree of Luck, you would want to dump some gear in there to get it to level 5, I think was the limit. And that's an extra 5% gear work for you at all times. So yeah, it's definitely worth the investment of some spare gear you don't need and you don't use, with maybe bad rolls. Just put it, dump it into the Tree of Luck, and it's definitely gonna pay out in the end with all that gear work increase. Especially when you go farming with other gear work bonuses, it's all gonna add up and end up being pretty nice for you and your pockets. Oh, I did not see this. Well, my bad, my bad. And I kind of wasted the money on this disenchantment. But thankfully I saw I've missed some enemies here. You never know where the legendary is farming. Where the legendary farming is hiding. Sometimes the legendary might be in the weirdest place, like a barrel or a regular chest. Sometimes it could be in a little goblin, and the other time it could be in a boss. Now bosses and elites and stuff do have higher chances of dropping the good gear, which I think was something very good to add in the game. I've been asking for something like this myself in my streams about this game before. Yeah, I've been here. I think I'm getting close to where I ended up dying and getting wrecked. Let's see. There's just one enemy left, but I think I died from one of those bombs. I can't even remember now. Short term. Let's see. This one, and this one goes to the pet, and the pet might go and sell some stuff soon, because I'm gonna need it.
Your pet has arrived.
So far I haven't found anything about leveling up recipes, so maybe they decided to change this concept. At first, when the system was reviewed, they had said something about collecting recipes, leveling up recipes, and having a certain limit of what recipes we can level up to the maximum. Maybe this completely changed and it's no longer the case, or at least I can't find any info about recipe XP or progression or anything like that. So maybe now you just find different rarity of different recipes, and if I have a blue rarity for crit, I can probably find a legendary rarity for crit. Okay, I kind of got carried away there. So I gotta be careful with some of those ranged enemies, because they can dish out some massive damage. And look at those spiders, they did get their skins changed, or maybe they're new in general. Were there spiders before? I don't remember, at least not those spiders that shoot in random directions some little miniature fire bolts or sparks or whatever you wanna call them. And they leave an little incendiary pool where they die. So I'm loving how update by update we've been getting new stuff from all departments, be it new character art, new weapon art, be it new animations, new skills, new quality of life improvements. All those updates they're steadily pumping out is pretty great for the game. And it's already shaping up, as I was saying yesterday, but this kinda didn't get recorded yesterday. As I was saying, it's better to take it slow but make the game good, not rush it for the open beta and launch. And I also say that in the online gaming industry, most free-to-play games are even considered soft launched when there's an open beta, when anyone can register and play. So yeah, they've been taking their time listening to the community, improving the game.
Would you describe this game as alternative to World of Warcraft?
Hello Zobias, I hope I'm pronouncing the name correctly. If I'm not, pardon me for it. Welcome to my channel and thank you for the question. It is a great question. Whether this game can be described as an alternative to World of Warcraft? No. I can say it with great...
Zobias, thank you for the follow and welcome to the Struck Club.
With great weight in my words that this game, it can be alternative to World of Warcraft, but it has nothing to do with World of Warcraft. Just maybe some of the people have worked in the same companies and so on, but this game is an isometric action RPG where it's just running dungeons, doing quests, missions. This is more in the lines of Diablo than World of Warcraft. World of Warcraft is massively multiplayer online, whereas this is semi-MMO. This game doesn't have as much hardcore MMO systems as World of Warcraft. It is more for the more casual gamers, the ones that want fast gratification. So you won't be seeing, or at least for now in this game, an hour or 2 hours of raiding a boss, having the Holy Trinity system with healers, damage dealers, etc. The whole crew there. This game is more in the lines of Path of Exile, Diablo, but even less hardcore than those games can be. So you still have to do some thinking when it comes to build making, and of course you have to dodge instead of just rushing like me into the enemies. So there are still things that you want to consider, but this game is not as hardcore as Path of Exile in regards to punishing the players, in regards to complexity of the build making in the game and in the crafting system, etc. So it's still in alpha, so the game cannot be compared with games that have been released and have been out for 5 or 8 or 10 years or so. But nowadays, if the game is released, then it can be compared with those games, because they're in the same market at the same time, so it's inevitable. Like, you might want to compare the game when it releases to Diablo when it releases, or to Path of Exile when it released, but in the end we have to compare it with the current states of the competitors in the market. So far the game is far behind any of the games I've set, but it is getting there, in the developer's own pacing. They're a small studio, so they don't have like a huge team of 300 people or 200 people working on the game. I think they have around less than 100 people, maybe less than 70, 60 people in the team. I don't know the exact numbers, but it is not a big studio. So far they reworked the skill system. So then they reworked the relic weapon system, and they added options for the pet system. So we have the relic system looking something like this now. Then we have the pets, still work in progress. All things would be changing, would be improved, but they just keep pumping those great things at us bit by bit. So it is definitely worth it playing the game every now and then. Maybe you might end up getting burnt out on a certain feature while it's still being tested and polished, and we're kind of like the guinea pigs here in this case. But that's why it's called alpha testing, early access. You kind of have to adopt this tester mindset to enjoy games that have a lot of glitches or
Okay, thanks for
bugs.
the explanation.
Yeah, I think I kind of strayed from one thing to another, but the game is completely different from the one you said. Like, this is perfect to play with your kids. Even if they're like young kids, they would probably pick up this game. But if you try and teach a little kid World of Warcraft, you would kind of need more than to explain this game. Of course, you can teach them to play World of Warcraft, but not to actually play it, like make a build, go do some PvP arenas, etc., watch the meta, etc., which might be good for a game like World of Warcraft. Here in this game, even if you're not too meta, your build would kind of suck, but you would still be pushing some difficulties like difficult and painful, even if ridiculous is really hard for you. And with a complete trash build, I think normal and difficult shouldn't be a problem. Maybe you need slightly better build for painful, and for ridiculous you need kind of close to meta build. Not really the meta, but if it is kind of there, it's fine. You don't have to min-max everything to be good in this game. Which is nice. It allows you to pick what skills you want to use and then to center your build around those skills, and it's still gonna be useful. For now. I mean, there's gonna be more skills added. So what I was saying about Vortex Bomb is before it didn't have this chance to heal. And it was a bit underwhelming, it didn't work the way it does now. So I was experimenting with Vortex Bomb builds, and now with the addition of Fracking Strike and Sonic Pulse, I see a perfect synergy for this. Of course, with this Sonic Pulse I probably would want to be using something like Poison Dart every now and then, maybe, because this gives me barrage skills cooldown. But I think the main thing about the build I wanted is just to have those two new skills. And I don't see a greater way to combine them than Shotgun Blast for heat dissipation, this for more damage for that skill, this for crit chance for this skill, this for damage reduction in melee combat and just to move around the map, and this for healing when you stun the enemies. Combine this with stun gear like this one, and you have a great synergy. AoEs, each attack from each AoE on each enemy that it hits has a chance to stun this enemy. So if I change my weapon to another thing that gives me chance to stun, that's gonna be even better synergy. So I'm gonna try and min-max, maybe farm something better. I also wanna try this weapon. So this is per se an interesting weapon for a cannon. 12% chance to stun. It's a level 16 weapon though. The wood system, I think many games can learn from the developers of Torchlight Frontiers when it comes to itemization. First of all, regardless of what level you are, the monster would drop around its own level the gear that it drops, even though you're downscaled to that monster's level. Then, when it drops the gear, a blue item, regardless of its level, would always be 60 gold. So look at that, level 44 is 60 gold, and a 48 is also 60 gold. Then we get the 45 60 gold, and then if I were to look here, maybe I can find something lower. Then look at this, level 43 legendary is 100 gold coins, whereas 49 is also 100, 50 is also 100, it's always 100 for the legendary. So this sort of system allows you to keep making money even when you help your friends in lobby zones, because the gear that's gonna drop there would give you the same amount of essences and the same amount of gold. So now I'm gonna do another map on this character. Let's do this one, a Hivit map. And after that I'm gonna go on the Realm Master, test the 2 new skills. Probably tomorrow or the day after, maybe it will be tomorrow, I would try and make a video with summary of all the things that changed. Although that's gonna take a lot of recording, because today I was reading the patch notes, which I'm gonna post a link for. So this is the link for the patch notes, and then there was some info about fame and contracts. You might wanna read this one as well. And then there's a quick hotfix. So that's the link for this. If someone needed this information, I just want to explore first before summarizing all the things. When it comes to the fame for the contracts, this is it. You do certain quests. They're kind of like bounties in certain zones, like kill those enemies or get that kind of wood from this place or remove this thing from there and so on. So you do those tasks, and each task quest gives you fame. By leveling up your fame you get different rewards at level 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 all the way to level 60. So when you reach 60, some quests would be repeatable for repeatable rewards. So maybe let's say 60 gave me all those cosmetic things for my fort, but I've already reached it, and then I reach 60 again. If someone actually has the capacity to physically do that before the contract system is over. So at level 60, the second time he reaches it per se, that's just an example, they would get different type of items. Maybe some of the items they got here would be repeatable and they would get them again. So that's just some sort of example from what I could collect from this article. So that's a change to how contracts used to work. Before you used to have an NPC that gives you one daily quest each day and a weekly mission that lasts you 7 days. Now it's completely different. Now you just get those missions, different tasks from the zones. So if I go to the first Hivit zone, the level 1 to level 3 zone or whatever it is, then I would see certain tasks. Then if I move to the next zone, the level 3 to 5 or the level 5 to 8 or whatever the numbers are zone, there would be some more missions waiting for me. So each of those public zones in each frontier would have some notice boards with missions, with quests on them that the player can just take upon and complete for fame. Killing some elites would give you fame, but I've already encountered elites that do not give you fame. So maybe a certain rarity is needed for this to be the case. Okay, I almost died there, so I gotta be extra careful. Was it those insects? It most likely was. Oh, oh, life bound items lost. I can go at the entrance, and I think I would need some gold. So, pet, go and sell me some stuff. Oh, Frosty Cannon. I do want to enchant this though. Anyways, let's just send him to sell some stuff. Poison resistant enemies. Good thing I'm not using poison, but it is ridiculous. So I'm liking this ability to challenge yourself, to properly benchmark a build, to find the weaknesses of this build, and in this case it's my poison resistance. I don't have enough. I don't have enough poison. Oh, I forgot this doesn't pause. I'm so used to playing single player in Borderlands or so. So you can't do single player that would pause when you open the menus. Even when you're playing single player, you're still playing online, kind of, with this game. So yeah, don't leave your hero unattended with enemies running amok around you. Okay, Fame level up, nice. We finished some sort of quest, I'm not sure what it was, but it was something. Okay. This one's been sorted. So yeah, there's a change of pacing when you encounter some elites that are tanky. It used to be like that before, so nothing too new here. Those enemies that throw those poison projectiles do a lot of damage, it seems. Okay, now there should be just the flyers left. Or maybe we killed them. Okay. Oh no no, careful with those, careful with those. Okay. Yeah, this is a great skill. I'm loving this skill. This is exactly what this class needed. And I've been saying that we need some sort of skill. I mean, I didn't word it in such a way, but I did say something like energy spike that runs forward in a conal wave, like a shock wave. Well, there we go. It's something like a shock wave, fracking strike. Perfect. Just what I asked for. It feels great seeing things like this being added and making the class that most people didn't like playing pretty viable. I mean, this can compete with the way energy spike used to be. I'm not sure how strong energy spike is now, but the way it used to be before, it's pretty damn comparable to this one. Of course, this doesn't do as much damage, but it still does decent amount of damage. And mind you, I haven't min-maxed my build, my setup for this. I haven't enchanted any gear from the one I'm wearing, so there's definitely way and room for this build to grow. It seems like the foundation of a great build has been laid out in front of us by adding those two skills for this class. The same goes for the mage that I tried yesterday. The foundation of a great build has been laid out there as well, with the addition of was it Holy Spear and I forgot the name of the other skill, the one that causes affliction, but definitely good stuff from there as well. The damage, just the damage itself of Holy Spear is pure bliss. So yeah, Holy Spear will be fun on mages. And Fracking Strike, together with Sonic Pulse, even without Sonic Pulse, is great. Okay. I don't want to go next to the enemy because he might be able to do some one-shotty skill I'm not expecting. So I'm just gonna play it safe here. Look at him, how quickly my HP goes down around him. Look at him, he's so tanky, wow. Invigorated regenerates health. This is such a nasty combo, and it was a Guardians as well. But we got it eventually. It was just a bullet sponge or a spell sponge. Absorbed quite a lot of damage. Oh wow. Something hit me, and I think it's this pointy two shots and oh wow. Someone else is shooting at me with arrows. And it's this guy. Those dead-eye skeletons sure hurt a lot. Oh, look at that, that's... Oh, wait, that turns into a bullet hell immediately. Let's get rid of those. Let's get rid of those quickly before it turns into a bigger bullet hell. So I was just admiring this fountain or whatever it was. This thing here. I'm gonna resurrect right here. So this thing is what I was admiring. It was glowing with some green colors. Now I guess it has been used. So maybe that's some new sort of lootable. The way they changed the purple sacks to have some more transparent-ish glowy texture in some of those parts of theirs, tend to look like some big pots, egg-like shape. So there's some things I've been noticing around the background, and a lot of stuff changed, Even visually, there's little things that only a player who has spent a lot of hours in the game would know. But some things went through different skins, which kept being modified slightly. And I haven't been playing for the oldest, for the longest time. I've been playing since update 3 of the alpha update 3. Since the NDA has been lifted, I started playing, and then after a while I felt like streaming the game would be fun. And that was like around a year ago, maybe. More than a year ago or so. I need to check how long ago it was. I think it was spring, but was it this spring? Should have been last spring or something like that. Maybe it's this spring, like 2019. So the leveling up, if anyone was wondering whether it's fast or quick, because I do get asked this often. So for whomever who is watching this and was wondering about the leveling up speed, at first it was very nice, but it was bland, because it was mostly grinding enemies from what you gained XP. Then they fixed the quests, reworked them, and it got reworked together with the XP we get from kills. So with questing and so following the story, you reach around the middle of your leveling process. So you'll be like level 20 something, 30 maximum around that, from 50. So from there you kind of have to start doing some other stuff like grinding for levels. So I'm gonna keep this supply run, and I'm gonna put it in the warehouse, and I'm gonna go on the Realm Master, because I really wanna check the Realm Master's new skills as well. So then people said that the leveling up is too slow, so they kind of tweaked it a bit to not be that slow, because it was a huge nerf at first. And now it seems to be kind of fine, kind of rebalanced, kind of okay until a certain point. After that certain point, which is where I think fame and contracts would come pretty handy if they do give you XP. So what I want to find out is whether gaining fame also gives me extra XP, extra bonuses. Like if each of those levels would give me some extra XP towards my normal levels. But there's gonna be a long grind. If anyone wants to reach this level 60, that's gonna be, I'm assuming, at least you're looking at least hour or 2 hours per contract level. If the ratio at which we can earn it can be kind of like the one I'm doing now, slowly, chilling, casually. Maybe someone could get it to be around 1 or less than 1 hour per level. Maybe someone could get it to 30 minutes per fame level, but that's still gonna be at least 60 hours if it's 1 hour per level of just doing daily grinds, and not daily grinds but each day grinding a few of those contracts. So that's not for your everyday casual Joe who just plays 2 hours a day, but maybe for people who spend at least 3, 4, 5 hours a day on a game, or altogether to sum it up more than 30 hours weekly, let's say. I'm not sure how long the contract season is as well. It says Fame Quest resets after a certain amount of time, but nothing indicates how many weeks. I think it's gonna be around 2 months or so. So for 2 months, even if you're the most casual player, you should be able to get pretty close to 60, maybe even reach 60 if you just play 2 hours a day or 1 hour every now and then or so. As long as you focus on doing a few every day. But that's without me knowing how fast we get those quests, how much the fame gain can be at certain levels and so on. So for now, a lot of guessing on my end, and after a week or so I'm gonna know some proper numbers. Roughly, of course. So let's get some more essence and let's sell the rest. And what I wanted to do was put something into the warehouse. Can I though? Can I? Can I place this in the warehouse? Yes, I can. What about the resource bundles? Essences and blue maps. Okay. I want to place a blue map there. And let's keep one here. Maybe I can give one for the mage later, but for now it's off to my Puffing Billy character, to my Realm Master. So the character selection and roster did get reworked as well. Just one of the things. Those animated or moving loading screens are also as a result of an update. They were just more static before. So there is definitely some changes that can be seen even visually around the game. Let's see, there's something here. Is that the tree quest? A magic weapon. And what was this that dropped? There's something here which I cannot pick up. That looks weird. Why can't I pick it up though?
See you next time.
Right, what else can I check? I'm gonna go to the fort quickly. So I'm probably gonna... I didn't leave enough room in the warehouse for this character to unload the items he had, which means I'm gonna sacrifice some blue items. I think I'm just gonna come here and sacrifice some of this blue gear. Okay, we got some essences. Critical damage duration for major shield buff, Stun duration damage when near your train. So with this one I wanna check the two new skills. First of all, let's go to the skills and look at this spike drive. This would be for my lineage build, something amazing to try. Sunder the earth with your weapon, sending out cracks that deal etc. weapon damage and leave enemies slowed by 50% for 6 seconds. Perfect. Just similar to what I was asking for this guy to have. Something like pound, but bigger, better and more damage oriented. Which this one still does good damage and it does stun. But this one would probably end up being even more damage dealing. This increases the damage to spike drive with each level and gives me chance to return an endurance or melee attack. What would an endurance attack mean? Would that be stuns and bleeds and stuff like that, dots? And crowd control or slow maybe? I'm gonna have to find out. And this is the other one turn flash, so no changes with the trains. Cause they did get some extra stuff before, I think. Yeah, before I think we only had mortar and shield and maybe shotgun and flamethrower were added later. I think that's how I remember it being. And now we're getting two new skills for here. This is blinding and doing burn damage. So this for a fire centered relic build would be nice. So I'm gonna set my skills quickly. First of all, damage reduction in melee combat, pound stun chance. This needs 15 points here. I'm gonna get this maxed out. So this is the vulnerability, busting charge. So this can stack up together with the debuff from the forged and add it with a circle from the mage for consecration, and you have shit tons of damage from the whole team to this target. So I'm gonna max this one out and I'm gonna max the other one out, because as I said, I'm just making a build with the two new skills. Those skills here would not do anything for me when it comes to this skill tree. Nothing seems to give anything there. This is all synergies for train cars, train. Damage when near your train. So I'm just gonna improve the ghost train setup maybe with this, or maybe... Oh yeah, this is nice. Healing for 5 seconds after using a lineage skill. Even if I don't use ghost train, I want this to be maxed. Damage reduction in melee combat is always nice. Endurance recharge rate is better though, so I think we can max both of them, so it doesn't matter in the end. So this is just maxed out lineage tree. Can't be any more simple than this. And you still have 16 points available if you decide to take a train and maybe take damage when near your train. So you can do something like this and just summon a train car for this passive, damage when near your train, which would be 18% 0.48 at level 11, because you can't get it to higher with the way we've spent the skill points. If you want to max this one out, you probably would have to sacrifice a point from here, which would reduce the damage reduction in melee by 2% or so, or 1.86% was it? Something like that. But I think I'm not gonna touch the cars. That's just an example of how to spend the other points. For now I want to get rid of this. So I need my skill here. And this would probably go here. This. This used to be my setup before. So before I used to play, I think, with something similar to, what was this? I had regular attack here, and I had this one here, I had this one here, and oh, I had the sword smash. This was my first setup before they reworked the relics. When they reworked the relics, this kind of shifted and changed. So now I'm probably gonna use this and this, and then check if I can actually remove this and put that one there. This has a low cooldown, this has long cooldown, but this is a lot of damage to some targets, so probably I'm gonna try and play with this setup for now. Alright. When it comes to my gear, I'm already wearing some burning related stuff with crit damage, so that's good going on for me. In the meantime, crit chance 35%, crit damage 203. Not too bad, there's still to be desired. I could live with extra 5% crit chance maybe, or even 10, but that's fine. Because the crit damage is pretty nice. I can get crit chance from here, I can get gear work from here instead of bolts fired on shock, because I don't seem to be using shock right now. So get the gear work, but that's gonna lose a lot of defense because that's a low level item. What about this one? Yeah, this one was better. This is better. Less poison resistance though. And this one, more gear work, less crit chance. For now, let's go for the extra crit chance. This could give me extra chance to wind and stack together with the chance to wind on my skill, but I wanna go for that setup for now. First of all, we need to check the map. Is it Hivit or Goblin? I wanna know what I'm gonna be building for. This is a Hivit map. And this one is a Goblin map. Okay. So with my current setup, my gear doesn't have any fire resistance, so let's do the Hivit map first. I'm gonna place this stuff back there, and then I'm gonna have to place something here, which would be again a staff, and I think that's fine for now. When it comes to this, I don't want that what's it called, burn proof, the burn proof armor, so let's go ahead quickly and open this map quickly. I've only got this potion, and I think this is 5 potions only, so hopefully I don't die too much. This is a melee setup in the Hivit frontier, where melee most of the times is disadvantageous for us, especially if it is one of those toxic maps with the toxic pools, which got nerfed, and I'm not sure if they reworked them again after that, but they were still powerful even after they got nerfed. Double HP map, okay. Oh, look at this skill, this is pure bliss. Just check this animation out. Oh, that's something for the eyes. something pleasing. It just looks amazing. There's definitely something great going on with this skill. So what's the deal with it? Sending out cracks that do weapon damage and leave enemies swowed. Okay. So we're also swowing, not just doing some damage. And if you get chance to stun gear, you could have some extra chance to stun. And then you have this thing, the chance to heal yourself. Healing for 5 seconds after using a lineage skill. So you're using this skill and you're healing yourself for 5 seconds. But what's the cooldown on this? Is it like each 5 seconds, or can I just reapply it? Is it this, or is it this fighter spirit? Okay, so each time I hit I reapply it. If that's the one. Fighter spirit. Incoming damage reduced. Oh, that's the damage reduction. Okay, so that's not the healing. And this is not the healing as well, defensive posture, and this is not the healing, so I'm not seeing the healing, but it should be there. I'm gonna let the enemy hit me, just to see if I can get the healing to activate. Or maybe I can just use this one, because that's something like a constant. I got poisoned, my HP didn't go down. Oh, those enemies should not hit me. I think I'm gonna get one shot as soon as one of those skeletons hit me, but let's see. Let's see how good my damage reduction and everything would be against those. And I didn't use dynamite, so I need more endurance again. If I'm gonna be using this build, I'm gonna need some more endurance. Wife-bound gear seems to be dropping more often than before. Double health enemies again though. This map used to be my favorite, by the way, in this frontier. It used to be the worst, but then it became the best because they added so much rare spawn events in this map, which is amazing for elite hunting. So if the elites give you a lot of fame, then it's definitely great to be farming this map, because more elites means more chance of unlocking recipes, as you see, and more chance of getting better items to drop. So yeah, you can get between 10 and 20 elite spawn events if you include the boss in one of those elite numbers. But if you don't, just remove one encounter and that's it. And that's not counting the triple elites as 3 elites. Like if it's a pack of 3 elites together, that's a trio, I count them as 1 encounter. So I've seen up to 20 of those happening. And as low as 10 after they increase the chance, so that's not so bad. 10 seems like a lot of elites for this map as well. So on average it would probably be 15, 14, maybe 16. So those I count as, I think, 1. Yeah, they're 4 pack. Still counts as 1 encounter. So this build definitely needs some help with the endurance, so more gear with endurance regen would be needed. I'm gonna check if I've got some shoulders, I think, or helmet. Yeah, I'm gonna have to look into my wardrobes for that later. But endurance regen would be what you want if you want to be running spike drive. If you want to be driving those spikes, you need the fuel for it.
It's free to free-to-play game?
Thank you, Gurami27, for the follow, dude. Yeah, Gurami, this is a free-to-play game, but it's currently in alpha, so not everyone can register for it. You can go and head to torchlightfrontiers.com and register, but that does not guarantee you would get invited into the alpha or into the beta afterwards. Basically,
Gurumite27, thank you for the follow and welcome to the Struck Club.
Basically, the way it works, and indeed welcome to the Struck Club, dude, it is appreciated you following me. The way it works is you register on the website and then it randomly invites people. It doesn't matter whether you signed up a year ago or yesterday, you would have the exact same chance of winning an invite. The script randomly selects people when they send invites. The biggest invite wave was, I think, around update 7 or 8. There was 10,000 invites on the same day sent.
After the bee will be
So
a free.
probably around update 9 there were a lot of invites as well. It will be free to play. It will be free to play with in-game purchases, probably for skins. They have not clarified most of the things that can be purchased, but you can buy storage space, or at least you could. Before update 9 you could buy storage space. I haven't checked it, but if I go to the town and click on Frontier Traders, I should be able to see storage space, character slots, and relic weapon storage slots. So basically you have a certain number of heroes you can make, which is 5 heroes, 5 characters altogether. So after the 5th character, the slots would be paid. So if you want to have more than 5, you would have to unlock the slots by giving them money. The same goes for your bank storage pages. If you want to unlock some more, you would have to give them money, which is pretty standard for a free-to-play ARPG. Path of Exile is using similar things in regards to what's sold, but this is not as OP as some of the storage space you can buy in Path of Exile in regards to buying gameplay, buying the ease of that. So it's much more balanced here. Here you really don't need to stash that much gear. If you want to be min-maxing, you would be sacrificing a lot of legendaries to get better ones. So I think storage room here, more than what they've given us, is not a bad thing. I personally would use it if I had it, but I don't feel forced to give them money to unlock this. I don't feel like the game is walking me and telling me you have to give us the money, otherwise you won't be able to enjoy the game to its fullest potential. So that's not the case here, unlike with some games, mostly in the Asian market, that heavily go on the pay to win. Some people think that storage room classifies as pay to win. In this game I personally don't think there is any such a thing. First of all, there is no win here, it's a PvE game. There will be win when they introduce some sort of competitive leaderboards, like maybe there will be some defend the base, like survival missions, for base defend missions, or maybe there would be some timed events where you would want to run a certain map with a better time than someone else. They did say they're thinking of competitive. In an interview for I forgot exactly where that interview was, but Max Schaefer, who is the CEO of Vectra Games, gave that interview. I think it was for the Escapist magazine, and he did mention that they are already thinking about competitive, playing with the idea of competitive. So experimenting basically and considering it whether or not it would be added, and if yes, how. And this article was a few months ago, maybe a couple of months ago. So for now it has not been reviewed whether this is already in the works, but there is a travel board, which reminds me, let's use that command. Let's see, it should give you the travel for Twitch, and I think on YouTube it also should give it. Let's try like this.
Official TLF roadmap.
Okay, I'm gonna copy paste it for... It was posted on my Mixer. I think it was posted on YouTube, but just in case I'm gonna paste the link for the YouTube viewers. So this is the roadmap, and from there you can see what has recently been added, what is currently being worked on in regards to bug fixes, hot fixes, in regards to long-term goals and short-term goals. So you can even see some cool concept art. So there's some nice stuff to see in there. If you want news straight from the devs, that's from where you can find them as soon as they are available for the public. So some things may not be written on the website and stuff like that, but we know due to the trail board that they are coming, even though they are not far enough to talk about more than what's shared on that trail board in regards to their development. Did we finish this map, or is there another stage around here that I'm missing? So far I'm really happy about how the game runs, but I had a PC upgrade compared to what I used to use before. An i5 processor was replaced with a Ryzen 3700X or 3700X. So that's a huge jump from a mere i5 to a Ryzen 7. And another thing that changed was I had a very crappy motherboard, B100 and something, like a very cut out in regards to features. So this is also an upgrade with my new motherboard. So before I used to have some FPS drops and some problems with running the game and streaming it, and I had to stream it in 720p and play it in 1080p. Now I'm doing both in 1080p, but Twitch still has the discretion to reduce a streamer's stream to 720 to throttle it if they're not a partner, and I'm not a partner. So let's see those boots. First of all, I'm loving the Exterminator as a model. I've always liked this set, and this is great. I'm getting crit damage from boots again. And this is 700 health regen per second. Never have I ever imagined that this health regen would go all the way to 700, maybe even to 1000. I need to see some more data. Before I was a very
Which
avid
class is the best?
I was a very avid criticizer about the health regen per second being bad. For the best class, Gurami 27. For the best class, I would suggest going for the mage. But now things kinda shifted. I haven't experimented with this certain release, with this update too much. But before, the mage used to be the one that had the fastest clearing speed. Now it seems that both the Forged and the Realm Master can have such fast clearing speeds. The Realm Master was very close to the Mage before, after some of the updates like update 7 and 8, but the Forged was still kind of behind. Now, after those two new skills were added to the Forged and the Realm Master, things are pretty close to even. The Mage is still probably fastest to clear stuff and to kill stuff, but the Realm Master and the Forged are shortly behind, if not equal already. So I'm gonna need to play more to give you proper and definite answer to this question, because I haven't played much lately, and I only played for a few hours yesterday, and this was my first playing of this update. So the last time I played before that would have been in the middle of between the release of update 8 and update 9, somewhere around there. So those boots, 118% duration for major shield buff from shield car. This is just So good. I think I had something similar. I think I need to get rid of some stuff. I'm already holding and hoarding too much stuff. So I'm gonna have to part with some items. Oh. This skill by itself, look at how great the animation is. It looks so fluid. Spinning the hammer, smashing it and having those spikes. Just what you would imagine from a melee brawler, or not brawler, but let's say knockdown or AoE class with big hammers. This is what you want, some shockwaves, some earth being thrown up and above from the original location where it started. Getting those seismic waves. Let's check this skill with the lantern. So it's blinding them and it's burning them. And it also has a chance to proc some of those things from here. Like those firestorms and those magma bursts. They do seem to have a chance to be procced. So ideally if you use this build you would want 0 points here, 0 points here. That would mean you would need 10 points here or 10 points altogether here to unlock your access to this one. And yeah, I'm not using the most convenient setup because those 10 points, as I said, should be spent elsewhere. Since I'm not using this skill, if I decide to use it I can do that, but I do want my basic attack. So is that the end of the map? Maybe it is. Ideally, if you're using Lantern Flash, you would probably want to combine it with gear for burning or burn duration, and probably you would want to be using this relic weapon. You would want to be using the Flaming Destroyer. If you want to go full fire, if you want to be Avatar, Master of all the elements, and you want to use the fire from here, maybe use poison from a weapon and maybe use shock or bleeding with your offhand, then that's fine by all means. Everyone should be free to play however they wishes and still have fun of it and still not be complete trash and not be able to complete the game. And this is what this game kind of delivers on. Bit by bit there are still some builds that would be much more overpowered compared to some others that are kind of at the bottom. But the difference between the medium viability builds and the high viability builds seems to narrow down as the things shift with the various updates. So I'm loving this class as well. Let's quickly check the recipes I've unlocked. Goblin Fighter for armor, Noxious Burn for pet, so I'm assuming this is poisonous damage over time for the pet. I'm gonna quickly go to my fort and check some of those recipes. Maybe I can apply them to something as an enchantment. I did get rid of a lot of enchanting gear, or let's not say enchanting gear, but enchant viable gear, ones with enchant slots. Okay. Now let's go here and check this one. Oh, I salvaged it by accident. Well, wrong button, wrong button. Sorry. Well, now let's salvage the other stuff because I really don't need it for essences. So that's kind of what you do with gear you don't like. You salvage it into essences, which works with green, blue and orange yellow gear. It doesn't work with white, with basic items. So the basic items you will just be selling. So you kind of do this and you send the pet to sell items. You can also feed gear to your tree. You can place a tree in your forge, in your fort. I don't think we can do more than one tree, so let's see. I do have more work sprouts, but I don't think the limit is one. Yeah, I have 3 more sprouts in case I want to delete my tree and make a new one. I'm not sure exactly how this would be though. Okay, I think that's nice. Uh, so yeah, let's open it and see those runes here. Eventually they started lighting up as I leveled up the tree, but I don't know what those give me. There's no guide or anything that tells me about those things here. Maybe they're just random runes just for looks. So yeah, there's some stuff I would want to know more about. And finding recipes would take a while. Finding recipes and completing contracts would take you a while, so farming all those things here would take a while, but I think it's really great sharing those legendary maps with your friends. So if you have friends who play the game, it would be best to probably do those legendary maps together with them. I wouldn't mind saving mine and doing them with viewers, so we can all get that extra wood bonus. Since the gear drops are instanced, you're only losing on wood when you don't share it. I mean, you're not losing yourself, but you can share it with someone else and they can actually get that extra bonus. So overall, the drops would be more per map because 4 people would be benefiting from it. So yeah, I'm gonna probably save the legendary ones. I'm probably gonna use the blue ones as I go, and those new pet skins would be nice. New pet skins, new decors, a lot of new stuff here to farm, to show off your flair in your base, in your fort. There's new wardrobes, which is nice. This is where I store my gear, which reminds me, let me quickly check, since we're gonna be doing goblin maps now. I wanna check if there's any gearwork goblin items. Endurance regen. Actually, I needed endurance regen, so I'm gonna keep this. A bit less crit chance, a bit more endurance regen. And now I'm getting extra crit chance from here. I'm losing crit damage, which is fine. I'm kind of balancing stuff. Now here I'm getting health. I don't want that. I want... this is also health. Can I get something with crit damage or crit chance? We'll see. This one is great. Crit chance and twice the HP. Whereas this one is 3 times the HP and fire defense, but it's very low. Let's change this. Gold work, health regen. Okay, this seems better. Mostly for the crit damage. If I can find another great fire. Let's see this one. Vulnerable debuff from busting charge. This isn't bad, by the way. And what about this one? Goblin defense, burn proof. No, thank you. And well, I might as well check this one here. Poison defense, health, potion work. Twice the health, twice the poison defense, not too bad. And this one was 6.7 endurance, this one is 7.9 endurance and gearwork, but it's level 19. So bad being level 19. And okay, I'm just quickly checking because I can't see here, so I have to equip, unequip, kind of. Oh, look at that! Look at this goodness. This is. Can you count how much it is? 60 what? 70 almost. Almost. Attack speed. Okay, let's just go back to the other one. And I think there's just one wardrobe left to check. Is this gonna give me endurance regen? No, gearwork chance to bleed. What about this one? Damage with pound, okay. Gearwork, heavy defense, physical defense, boats, fires on shock. I think this got glitched. Gearwork damage with pound, yeah, I'm gonna keep those of course. Well, I did get a bit of different gear, but it's still kind of the same. Time for the next map. And what do we do with those? Can I give this to the pet or sell it? The game itself is fun, and any fan of ARPG games, of shooters, would like them, regardless whether you're more of a hardcore gamer and you want to spend shit tons of hours, or whether you just want to log in after work for 1 or 2 hours, do a few dungeons, get a few legendaries, if any, get your ass kicked a few times, or the opposite. This map is pretty dangerous with all the traps. Those traps yesterday could two-shot me. Like one trap gets me to like 40% HP, the second trap kills me. Or one trap gets me to 30% HP, the second kills me. Sometimes they're just around the corner, one shooting this way, another one shooting this way, so if you try to do this, you get your ass handed to you. Okay, they've definitely improved the spawn rates of this map. This map before was literally a cemetery. It was barely possible to get some XP going on in this map while doing it, because the enemies were just spread out so thinly, so scarcely, that it wasn't worth looking around for enemies. It was just worth running, rushing towards the boss, finishing the map, bailing out with the chest reward and just starting a new one. Now it seems to be fine. Probably could be a bit better when it comes to enemies, but okay, that's not bad. Compared to what it was before, that's fine. There are still more than enough enemies, and look at that, another legendary dropping for us. So some of the first things that I would see about this map, how it changed, would be the more enemy spawns and the shit tons of damage the traps can deal to me, those fire traps. Trying to avoid them and to pull the enemies further from their spawning spots. Oh shit, okay. Oh, an item with 2 enchantment slots. And what did we get? More endurance again? Wait, I thought this was equipped. Oh boy. Okay. That's weird. I must have forgotten to equip. I thought I had one of those helmets equipped. Well, I got a new one. So, thanks for that, the endurance regen helmet. This build would definitely benefit from endurance regen. If you want to be spamming spike drive, you need as much endurance regen as possible. Otherwise, you won't be able to have it as spammy. So maybe you might wanna experiment with something else in between, like some cooldown or charge based skills. So instead of a ghost train, maybe I can put something like this one, like sword smash. And that would mean the only things that would be costing me endurance would be spike drive and the blasting charge, because my lantern, the lantern doesn't use endurance. It's a cooldown based skill. My hammer spin is my movement skill, so it has 2 charges, which are again kind of like a cooldown, slightly different than than that, but it is still in the same basic principle. It has a cooldown of how fast you regenerate those charges, so it's still time limited, time gated, how fast you can get those. I would really like to see legendaries that give you 1 extra charge for hammer spin or 2 extra charges of hammer spin, and or it costing half a charge to cast, maybe something like that, or something that modifies the skill, like increases the boosting speed but reduces the damage, or increases the damage but that doesn't give you speed, just to change the items to give you different ways of playing the skill, still maintaining the basic core, the core mechanic of the skill, just emphasizing certain aspects of it uh, for the price of downsizing or downscaling other aspects of the skill. So some legendaries, some things like this would be very nice, some sort of unique items. Something that people would say, hey, I wanna make a build that's blah 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 blah. And meaning that this build would definitely be using this weapon because it's stacking this from that weapon, this from the other weapon, combining those unique bonuses from those 2, 3, etc. items, it creates this build. So something like this is currently missing. So basically you just want any item that can give you etc. perks. If you go for a crit build, you want to stack items that give you crit chance, crit damage, and basic damage, of course, because that's what modifies the crit damage as well. But if you want something that goes for burning, you would want burn duration, chance to burn, etc. But it doesn't need to be a specific item. Most of the cases when you make a build for this game, you really don't care whether someone is using specifically this shield, unless you really decide to go for a build that's heavily centered around making a build with the firewall where you're blocking and you're binding. Keep in mind, block has a soft gap, so after a certain amount of block chance you don't get any more. So this build, in a way, if you decide to go for a chance to block, chance to bind on block build, you're still kind of limited, because look at that, with the wing blade I get 20% block chance. Where do we see this block chance? It should be somewhere under defense here. Block chance 20%. Now let's put a shield with a lot of block chance. 17.3, 16.9. Oh, this is the highest I can get it to at the moment with my current setup. But look at that, it's 38 block chance, and I think after 40 you can't get any more. So even if you get that wing blade, it's still kind of limited in regards to how much block you can get. That didn't seem to be the case when it came to attack speed. Look at this dwarven motor blade, and I had that item with like 70 attack speed, together with I had a staff with a lot of attack speed, like three or 2 bonuses of attack speed on the same staff. So that could get me just from item bonuses around 120% extra attack speed, up to 150, just from item bonuses. But when it comes, okay, I'm using the wrong weapon here. Just a moment. What was I using? Tenderizer. Okay. When it comes to attack speed, staffs have the best base for attack speed, or at least that's how it used to be. So if you decide to go for an attack speed build, you would want to have some things like procs on attack, on hit, not on kill. And I don't have a staff to show you, but I'm gonna quickly show you how a two-handed weapon feels compared to a one-handed. So this is a one-handed weapon. And now let's try the two-handed. I guess it's not allowing me to. Well, okay, just let's do this. Oh boy, why? Okay, now we have it. This is with the great sword. And this great sword, mind you, gives me 67, almost 68% attack speed. This one, no bonuses to the attack speed whatsoever. Is a one-handed weapon and it's a mace. Now let's equip a sword. You're definitely seeing some improvements compared to the mace or the greatsword, and this one doesn't have attack speed bonuses. And if I had a staff, it would have been attacking, or at least before, it used to attack faster than your basic one-handed weapons. So a staff was attacking faster than weapons that supposedly the games counts as faster. So if you look at the attack speed here, it says slow on this one. It says fast on the sword, very slow on the staff, and very slow on the great sword. Or slow on the staff and very slow on the great sword. I need to confirm it with the staff. And the staff and great sword didn't feel the same. They felt much different. They felt much different before, so hopefully that's fixed. So I'm gonna wait for some stuff to drop to test it. Okay. So something blue dropped. Let's see what it was. This thing here. So we've got a venomous mace with pound damage. And let's check the chest without entering my portal. So a lethal sword, bleeding and blind. Pretty nice to have two combos, but that's for the price of damage, of course. If you want more damage over time, you're sacrificing either utility or crit stats or flat damage. So even some dot builds are probably possible, and not possible but advisable here. So far, as you can see, I don't have a single piece of equipment enchanted on me, and I'm still plowing through some of the maps. Yeah, of course, every now and then I do get downed easily with just one or two shots, but I think that's how it is. You kind of have to be a bit more careful. I haven't fully explored this map, so there's places here and here that I can explore, but I'm just gonna go to the Travail point and try and buy a new map and do it. If anyone wants to see the Forged or the Mage, do let me know. I can go on those. In the meantime, I think I would be better off focusing on those missions. So I need a Hivit map. What I can do first is I can sell this because I've already got it. Then let's sell this. This probably I should be keeping for essences, but fuck it, let's just sell some of it. This I'm gonna keep for sure, because it's a blue item with 2 enchantable slots. This could end up being pretty good, pretty great. So I think I've got enough potions, but safety first, so let's make sure this is here, this is here. What's this quest? Is it a quest reward? Maybe that's some new quests. Oh, this is the one I couldn't take before. So I need to do some high-vid maps to get some general quests sorted. But maybe instead of doing that, I'm just gonna go to the high-vid frontier. And I've got some stuff here and I've got some stuff to do here. And I think I'm just gonna start from this one here. Just gonna do some random contract content. And mind you, soon I will be trying out characters that are hardcore. So meaning when I die, it's over for that character and I have to start over. I just want to keep exploring this patch, and maybe next week I can start hardcore run streams just to see how far I can take a character. My bet is probably not too far, but we'll see. When I do hardcore, I will be starting from, let's see, from normal and slowly going to difficult and painful. I don't think ridiculous on hardcore heroes would be good, but it would be fun to try every now and then just to see how quickly I can die. Of course, not intentionally trying to survive. Okay, another legendary drop. A level 14 nevertheless, but it's still a legendary. Oh, and beast eye that can be enchanted. So I've got 2 quest items, I think, quest enemies. Grub Grub and John E5. John E5. John E5. John
Yellow.
ES. Jones. I wonder what this would stand for. Is the 5 standing in for S? Or is it like some sort of abbreviation like Johnny 5? The gauntlet. Johnny 5. Okay, we got him. That boy's dead now. He ain't going nowhere. And now venomous batch, poison damage, chance to fear, chance to knockback, again 2 enchant slots. But a wobbly item. And there's no trading whatsoever. I could keep it for outs, but most of this stuff I'm just gonna experiment with. Oh, those maps are useful because now we have more transparency about what bonuses we get in those maps. So I can quickly check the exact bonus, but first I want to kill those enemies here. Okay. I'm loving this skill, man. It's so great. I just can't wait to find gear that gives me damage or cooldown or endurance cost reduction for this skill if it exists. Cost reduction for that skill, if I can get it to cost 2 endurance instead of 3, I would be a happy panda for sure. If I can get it to cost 1.5 instead of 3, that's gonna be my favorite skill. But see, now I just need to see what type of gear I've got for it. Because I'd much rather sacrifice some damage but be able to spam this skill more often. And to be able to heal more often by spamming it more often. Because look, my HP is down now. Supposedly after I cast a lineage skill I'm supposed to heal for 5 seconds. I don't see this proccing. I'm not sure this works. Is that it? Isn't it? This just seems to give me damage reduction, so probably it isn't. Maybe it only works if I don't cast the same skill over and over, but if I keep rotating without repeating the skills. I might need some more clarification about how this works, how this synergy works. The one here, healing for 5 seconds after using a lineage skill. So let's go and enter this portal. This is gonna be a level 50 plus map with increased wood, and I can quickly tell you how much the wood would be increased. Just a moment. Phase dungeons now have a 15% item work and 25% gold work bonuses. So I'm gonna post it to YouTube, to Twitch, and I'm gonna also write it to Mixer for everyone there.
Phase dungeons now have plus 15% item luck and plus 25% gold luck bonuses.
Alright, and the bot's repeating it. Nice. So this is one such dungeon. If I die, it's over. I can't return. I can't spawn inside this dungeon. So this is why farming those phase beasts, sometimes it might end up being worth it, sometimes it might end up being a waste of time spending the time to find them in a low level map, because there's no level 50 open world zone and they only spawn in the open world zones. So the best would be like around 28, 9, 30, what the level of the monsters would be in those public zones where you can find the beasts. And without a phasic beast, without the phase beast, you cannot get a phase portal or whatever it's called that takes you into those dungeons. So those are the roguelite dungeons. Oh, and I got a level 50. I don't want to die now. Now I have to survive. I have to survive here, because there's a legendary drop which hopefully I can get. Now even if I die, I don't care. I've already gotten one legendary out of this map. It was... oh, that itself was worth the map. They did increase the drop rate supposedly, so it should be a bit better now. So there's those gaps. In those gaps I need to start filling up with hammer spin and another legendary item. It's like fucking Christmas, man. Pretty nice. Okay, I've got 2 legendaries in my pet already, which I would have to destroy some white items for. So yeah, a legendary with two swords for enchanting. It really feels like Christmas. Let's see this one. Oh boy, Dead Hammer. Chance to summon a skeleton warrior on crit hit, bonus to crit damage and damage versus skeletons. This is so great for a like non-elemental build, a pure physical build. With this would go very well with a poisonous relic to have those extra spiders together with the skeleton warrior. Yeah, this definitely is a keeper, and this is also a keeper because that's a legendary with 2 extra slots, so you can have 5 mods on this item. You have your damage, then you have some extra damage, you have blindness, you have attack speed, basic attack speed, which is good on a real hammer, and this is a great sword. So probably great swords really need to be reworked in regards to their basic speed, unless they have. If they have been reworked, all those attack speeds have been looked into, that would be nice. And you can have 2 additional bonuses via enchantments. So this is already a great item just by having those two bonuses, two bonus enchant slots. This is like a +2 legendary if the base is a +0. I have not seen anything with 3 sockets, so maybe it doesn't exist, maybe it does. We'll see. I would love to see an item that doesn't have a single mod on it, only sockets, like 5 or 6 sockets. Ideally 6 sockets, an item with 6 enchantment slots with a single, without anything, like something that could be the equivalent of a tabula rasa robe in Path of Exile. Something that by itself, without investing into it, isn't that good, but allows for good profit after investing. So ideally that would be an item, and it should exist for every single item, a version of it, a tabula rasa item or whatever you want to call it, one that doesn't give you more than the basic bonus. So for this one it would be the fire damage. So the chance to burn, the burn duration, crit hit chance would be 3 different sockets, and then you would have another 2 to get it up to 5, which is how many this one would have when fully upgraded. So imagine an item with 5 empty enchanting slots and no other bonuses besides the basic. This for every type of item, this would be something great. This would be the most flexible item for min-maxers, because they would wanna min-max the shit out of this. They would wanna keep rolling. I know I would. I would wanna keep rolling with one such item until I get 5 good mods. And it would probably take a lot of time, probably months of farming for resources and re-rolling, just re-rolling those mods until you get the one you want. And the other one, and like this 5 times. But yeah, so far I'm happy with all 6 new skills, 2 for each of the 3 classes. I made builds with the new skills into consideration, them being the main point of the build for each of those classes, and all of them turned out great, without even needing to respec them. Of course, next week or whenever the next respec would be, could be in a couple of weeks, I would be doing different respecs than what I've got now. I'm gonna be experimenting different combinations of the new skills together with others that I didn't pick. But from a first look of those skills, you can kind of see what synergies they have with other skills. That's what I went for. In this one, it seems to be purely beneficial to the lineage skill tree to have those 2 new skills, but I can see how a train build would want to experiment with having lantern flash or spike drive or both of them. And this I can immediately give you the answer to what I was just talking about. I'm just gonna give you a quick example of how you can have a great train-based build with spike drive. You take gear. Come on, stop hitting me. So, okay, I just have to clear those as well. I don't want to end up dying while explaining, because this is a phase map. So what you take is gear such as this one, damage when near your train, and this one, damage when near your train. So just from those, if they're legendary, that's probably gonna be 20%, so that's gonna be maybe even 25% with legendary. But let's say between 40 and 50% just from 2 items. Extra damage when near your train. Then you can get some boots, I think, with the modifier. Or even if you don't, you can just get major shield buff from shield car, the duration for it. So if you have a shield car and try to stay near the shield car, you're gonna have some damage reduction. You're gonna have some extra damage when near the train. So having this benefit from extra damage when near your train would be nice. Having this also benefit from it would be nice, but not like a synergy that you can think of right away. I do want to see the gear mods though. Until I see the affixes, prefixes, suffixes, etc. All those mods that we can get on the gear for the new skills, I would wait a bit before theory crafting a full proper build. Because the gear might give me cooldown of one skill, or it might as well give me duration, or both. And I wanna have this information before figuring out builds with the new skills. But there will be coming, there will be videos for builds with those new skills for sure. I'm enjoying the changes. I'm gonna play a bit with this, by the way, with the rail hammer, but first of all I need to go to my base after clearing this map. I wanna play with this rail hammer a bit, see how much damage I can do with this. What I would like to know is, from a developer who can provide the answer, I'm gonna show you in a moment, would be how this extra rail hammer damage works. Does this extra rail hammer damage only apply to basic attacks? Hey Gwaint, nice to see you again, dude. Welcome back to my Twitch. How have you been, dude? Glad to hear for you. And as I was saying, I would like to know more information about this skill. Just give me a moment, I'm gonna have to destroy some items. I would like to know more about this 100% rail hammer damage. Does it only apply to basic attacks, only to this, or does it also increase the damage I do while I have a rail hammer equipped and I have my spike drive or my ghost train hitting the enemies, or this, anything that benefits from the weapon damage? So does this give me 100% weapon damage when wearing a rail hammer, or just boost the basic attack? If a developer can give me an answer to this, I'll be very happy. Otherwise, I'm not sure exactly how I can test it. I don't have specific dummies, so maybe I might have to find some map with respawning enemies and try to hit them. But then I have to find two identical weapons, one that's a railhammer, one that isn't, that give me exactly the same kind of DPS, which would be a bit difficult. Unless maybe using white level 1 items. Maybe that would be the solution, or level 50 white items without much bonuses. So I'm gonna find a level 50 greatsword and a level 50 railhammer and try them. Hopefully ones that give me kind of a decent base DPS that's similar. Now let's go to the fort. I'm hoping my mic can be heard. Where is it? Yeah.
You can't do that here.
I cannot cast. Oh yeah, because I'm in a phasic dungeon. That makes sense. Now I can't exit the phasic dungeon because it's been too long and the map just doesn't want to let me out. Well, there's one thing we can do: character selection and rewalk. What I'm gonna do quickly is I'm gonna go on that out, and I'm gonna take some items from the bank and just store those items on the out. Okay, and let's see this. And by the way, I'm not sure whether my stream quality is 1080p or 720. Let me quickly check. I think Twitch has given me 1080 this time, Not sure about the others. Let me quickly check. I will be streaming 1080 from now on after my PC upgrade a few days ago.
Maybe I should look at Torchlight Frontiers now.
Oh, you should probably look. I'm not sure what you mean by look at it. Do you mean to play it? If you have access to the game, by all means play it. It's a really good game.
Stream seems fine.
It has a lot of good stuff. It has a lot of good stuff in the game already, and the developers really are doing their best to make what we want, to make what the players are asking for and what the players have been begging for a long time.
I
Let me
played
just
Torchlight
quickly-
1 and 2.
Well, you're definitely gonna have a blast in here. If you loved Torchlight 1 and 2, you would love this game as well. So go ahead and sign up if you haven't on Torchlight Frontiers. Can I get that website to pop? Let me check. Well, torchlightfrontiers.com. I'm just gonna type it. Torchlightfrontiers.com. You can sign up there, and as soon as you get into the game, let me know. And if you need some help, whatever, I can help with that. I'm still gonna be getting some progress done for myself as well. So, and I'm also gonna be farming.
I don't know why Frontiers is so colorful. They made a better job on 1 and 2, I feel.
Well, maybe Torchlight Frontiers is made with slightly newer tech that makes things a bit more shiny, a bit more bling bling. It still has those dark areas, but yeah, the game does seem a bit more kid friendly, so to say. It doesn't seem as dark and as serious as the previous ones, but it still maintains that kind of good humor, you know, the franchise to be famous for. Okay, I put some gear here, I put some gear there. I think that's fine. Now I can go back to maybe the Realm Master, because I was playing that. Let's go back to the Realm Master for a moment.
TL2 had an age requirement of 16 plus.
Yeah, Torchlight 2 did have that age requirement, whereas this game I think is something that people would want to be playing if you're a young parent with small kids. I think Torchlight Frontiers is aiming for that kind of market. Probably, let's say, kids that are in school already. Probably not kids that are not even in elementary school, but I think they're probably gonna be aiming market with 8 and over ages, or 12 and over, something like that. Which I understand. I mean, they do
You like
want
it?
a bigger market share, and when it's a free-to-play game, that's kind of not a bad way to go. I personally really like this game. I've been streaming it for a long time, I've been playing it for a long time, and I can only say good things about it. Of course, there's a lot of bad things that are missing or just breaking stuff and preventing progression every now and then, but they try to fix it. They try to, as soon as they can, fix a bug or a glitch that is blocking player progression or character development progression. And so far they've been pumping out those updates. It's the game that keeps giving, even though it's not released yet. There's enough transparency when it comes to the development. And what they do is they normally, before releasing big updates, they kind of write a summary of what the new system would look like, and they ask us for feedback before implementing updates in the Vive system, in the Vive servers. So they take the feedback we give them into consideration. Sometimes things got changed before getting released after feedback from the players. Something similar happened to the relic weapons. The relic weapons were supposedly at first gonna be 50 levels. So you could get 50 relic weapon levels before. Now you can get 40. So before the system got released, this got changed after some feedback from players to give you less total skill points for the relic weapon. I'm talking about those points. Ideally, not ideally, but originally it would have been 50 out of 50 that you can spend, but then this changed. Then at first there was, in the first stages, things like increased damage versus one frontier, increased damage versus another. But that just makes the weapon only limited to those frontiers, and that was kind of a bad idea. So the players gave them feedback and they changed it. And that's just some examples of things changing. It's an alpha, and they do ask the people who would be doing the testing what they think about the new systems and whether they can be improved, modified, or changed in any way to make them seem better to us, the gamers, the players. Of course, they are not like enslaved by our comments and by our suggestions, but the good thing is they're considering them. So things that people have asked for have made it into the game. This is kind of the point I was trying to make here with this. Whereas there's many games that in a way it is good for games who don't listen to the public that much and make the game the way they want to. It's still nice to know that some people do listen to the community and want to make a game that's kind of what the community wants and what the developers want. There's kind of like a middle ground there between what we want and what the developers want. That's where great games usually stay. Balancing is one of the difficult parts of many Wooter games. And the more skills and the more complexity you add to a build making system, the harder it gets to balance it. So with Torchlight currently we don't have that many layers, but bit by bit the layers are increasing, the things that shape up a build. Before, the relic weapons didn't have that much complexity, the skill system was less complex. Now we have those synergies, so some people might want to spend some points into a certain skill only for the passive synergy without using it as an active skill. And then there's the gear, then there's the relic weapons, then there's the pet skills as well. So there's slowly and steadily been a constant influx of things that make us stronger, which in the end resulted in the need of harder difficulties, and they delivered. Look at that, there's already five difficulties that they've delivered, and we can pick from. So there's a little bit for everyone. And I'm playing on casual now, so let's go into ridiculous, just to make things hard. It's probably not gonna update it here, maybe from the next map. Maybe it's not gonna say it on the map, but the enemies would already be difficult, we'll see. Normally when I try builds I start with the lowest difficulty and then I go to the higher difficulty. Alright, this is a nice maze. So I think anyone who is a fan of the old school Torchlight games should think of this game in a way that that you think for any alpha game. What an alpha means, there's probably systems that are still not implemented in the game, and if there are systems that are implemented, they may not be working the way they would be on release, so they might go through reworks. It's early stages of the development, things change constantly, sometimes for the better, sometimes for the worse. So when things change and there's negative feedback from them, they immediately try to see why that is and accommodate. When it comes to beta, a beta game would have all its core features, all its systems like gambling, enchanting, instances, solo play, party play, all of that. Anything that you can think of as a system would already be implemented by the time the game is ready for beta. This should probably give you some idea of what to expect when playing this game, when it's still in an alpha stage. Beta games still have bugs and things that would change, but not they are more polished than an alpha. So this game would have more frontiers later, there would be more classes. The contract system is just in its second iteration, the relic weapon is in its second iteration, the skill system is in its third iteration, I think. And the gear system has underwent a few changes and upgrades. The pet system is in its second stage, whereas the first was just basic pets with the basic option to attack and sell gear at the nearby town with this fast sell button. So you can either use the pet as extra storage or use him as an errand boy and send him, or a girl, and send him to do the selling of unwanted wood. It would be nice if later they add an option to send the pet for essences. So any of the gear you've put into his storage, anything that's higher than white tier would get turned into essence, and anything that's white would get turned into gold coins. That would be a great script to add. Send pets to the town or to the enchanting station in your fort to get some essences for the gear you've given it. So what I normally do when I have some suggestions, and I've written suggestions about skill balancing, etc., I do open this form. This thing, you can write anything, you can click submit, it automatically gives them this information here, which is very needed for when reporting bugs or anything like that. You send it, and when you click submit, this creates a ticket in the ticketing system that they use, which is Jira, if you're familiar with it. I'm not sure whether they're still using Jira, but the last time I got information about this, that's what they were using as a ticketing system internally.
Your pack is full.
Okay, a lot of gear to be picked up. So I'm gonna go and turn this into essences, I guess, but first let's check the chest and finish this map. Let's see this. Oh, more enemies and more blue. Okay, I'm kind of forcing myself to destroy stuff to be able to pick up more, which is fine. Now off to the... oh, more enemies. Okay, well, a bit more XP. I don't really need the XP, but if it gives me fame, it's gonna be nice. Which reminds me, I need to do some fame farming, maybe tomorrow though. For now I'm just chilling, doing whatever. Oh, look at that! Blue boots with 3 sockets. Okay, and it's wife bound. So it's still a total of 5 stats. But a total of 5 stats on a blue item. So I can probably, on theory, get a legendary item with 3 stats
Your
and
pet
3
is running
sockets,
away.
with a total of 6 six not let's say mods, let's say prefixes, affixes, item modifiers. So 6 would probably be the limit, maybe 7 if an item with 4 sockets exists. But I'm encountering new stuff here and I'm kind of getting excited about seeing those possibilities just in front of my... Oh, did I do fort? Okay, fort. So yeah, at the top of my mind there are so many possibilities, so many combos, and I keep getting this buff. I can't go to my fort, so I have to go to the town. I can't go to the town, great. And back to character selection. Let's see if it will remember my items, or whether it would be a rollback. Whether it saved my gear. I had a mace and this one with the 3 sockets. See, it's a rollback, another rollback. So second rollback in a row. And now I just was this item, and this is how you kind of deal with it. It's an alpha. You lose an item with 3 sockets. You use a legendary with some sockets. And you deal with it. Thankfully, I didn't lose the legendary with the sockets, but that blue item definitely was worth it. But I did lose a few legendaries, and there was no going. There's no way of dealing with it. The only way would have been to find a way to kill my character and to respawn in the town. That maybe would have fixed this. But I was stuck in my dungeon. I couldn't escape from either of the portals. And this is something you can expect to see in an alpha. Even in a beta, such a bug is kind of sometimes something you wouldn't want to see, but might end up seeing. So let's salvage some of the gear that doesn't have sockets. Let's see, this sword. Yeah, let's break it down. Let's break this one down as well. Chance to fear, chance to blind. This is if you want to get the enemies away from you. I want to experiment with hot or cold or tainted. And let's give him hot or cold 2 times. Oh, okay, so I can select a different SWAT now, maybe. What? Wait. What's going on here? Enchant? Okay. And now this one. Ah, there we go. So I have to go back. It doesn't allow me to do it one by one. It doesn't automatically switch the socket target. I don't have a recipe for this item yet. What about for this item? Electric freeze or critical striker. Let's see what electric freeze. So electric damage, chance to chill, probably chance to shock or cold damage is what you can get. Just discovering some of the things that we can get. And survivor, I'm assuming HP again. Chance to block 12.5%. That's a very nice number for a green item. And let's try and build myself a weapon here. Chance to bind, attack speed. Well, I can only apply this, so that's extra physical damage, and now I need to salvage some blue items, which I will, to get some essences. And now let's select this. A legendary essence is required. Okay, this level 14 item. And I think I had another WoW level item somewhere here, not the gloves though, I'm gonna save those. Can I now enchant this weapon? Yes, I can. Bleed duration, okay. So for a bleeder build this would be fine. And look at the DPS, 9000 damage on paper, because you get that 7.5, then you get 1000 almost, and then you get another 1055. And then there's attack speed, chance to bind, and bleed duration. Pretty nice legendary item. This is definitely something that needs to go into the warehouse. So just a little bit of depth added into the crafting and into the build making, and I'm loving this already. I'm already loving it and it's pretty nice. So we're gonna have a lot of fun farming legendary items with 2 or 3 sockets. I'm not sure if we can get 4, but if we can, that's even better. So let's change to the mage. Enough playing with this. I played a bit with the forged. I played a bit with this. Yesterday I played with the mage, but my mic ended up being muted for 2.5 hours without me noticing yesterday. So I might as well play on the mage, and if I remember saying what I said about the mage yesterday, I will. But the two things I can tell you is this skill has great damage and this skill is great synergy because it can give you mana
Walking
back, so you
Mechanobot
can keep
LOL.
spamming White Spear. Oh yeah, you have walking mechanobots and they're actually thinking of I'm gonna quickly go on the forge because you seem to have liked it. I'm just quickly gonna show you how it is. Basically the forged, yeah, it is kind of a mechanical being that we control, but what it has is something called Woku motion, and the Woku motion can be a lot of different things. If you look at the travel board, I'm gonna give you the link here quickly. So if you look at the travel board, you would see
Official
that they're
TLF roadmap.
experimenting with different Woku motions, so it could not be
I
just
always played
legs,
the
it
alchemists
could
or
be...
engineers with bots back in the day. Carrot.
Well, you would definitely like this character. It got 2 new skills, which are this one and this one, Sonic Pulse. So Sonic Pulse kind of debuffs the enemies, makes them take more damage and has a chance to stun them. And then this one you can spam for extra weapon damage. This also has a spin to win setup, but I'm not playing it right now. And now this skill got changed to now be able to heal when hitting a stunned enemy. So if you stun with this one, or if you have chance to stun gear like me, which means even with this one you can stun, this skill would keep healing you. So you might wanna stack some gear with cooldown reduction for Vortex Bomb like me. This already is a great setup, great skill. The way I've set it up is like this. I still have 11 available points, so if I want to I can probably improve this one or add something else. I can add the spin to win for extra movement speed, or for just being able to use it every now and then. I think the best would be to just max this one out, to give you pet skill and attack damage, and to have some poison dart, or to max this one out. But great skill, great setup. I played around with it today already at the start of the stream. I normally play a lot with all characters. I keep switching. I don't like being stale too much, playing the same hero for too long. So normally on my streams you would see me switch, and I also don't mind switching on prompt from a viewer. If someone asks me, hey, can you show me this skill or this character, I don't mind doing it. I do normally tag this certain stream when I do play Torchlight Frontiers as Backseat Gaming, so if anyone wants to tell me what to do, sure, I wouldn't mind. Okay, there were some interruptions in the performance for a moment here. It's just a temporary thing. So basically the way this would work is I'm using number 2 here on those enemies. And then I curse them, and if I kill them with this skill, I'm replenishing mana. I mean, it doesn't matter with what skill I kill them, but this one costs 4.8 mana with all my cost reductions and things I've got. So I need good mana again and good mana cost reduction. I still haven't found gear that modifies White Spear or Damnation, but any enemy that is cursed would give you mana, so the idea would be to just debuff them with Damnation, kill them with this skill or with Entropy, whatever. The way I've set up this character, if someone is familiar with the game or is curious about this build, is something I'm gonna quickly show you. Just wanna stay here where I'm safe. Let's drink a potion. Basically, the main dealer skill would be this one. Shit tons of damage. So if we're going to be dealing damage with this, we want white skill damage. This gives us 25%. So by putting 12 points here, we get extra damage. By putting some points here, we get cooldown. And by putting points here, we get cooldown on the relic. So you might decide which relic to use. Maybe the one with the pets, the poison relic, would be nice if you use a poison setup. Maybe you might want to go for a burning one or one with bleeding, whichever you think fits best. This one makes the white skills cost less mana. So this one and this one seem to be the more crucial ones, because this one doesn't need the cooldown. But why I like the cooldown is for Luminous Run and Consecration. Then on this side I put points into Luminous Run for relic active skill damage, which is skills like this one, like Venomous Maw, which I could probably put here and the build would still be nice. Or I could put this here and this would still be nice and retain Holy Fury. Then why do you want to have this? For extra damage for the whole team. You don't need it, you can remove it and you can just use Holy Fury or something else. Why we need points here? Dark skill mana cost, which is for entropy and for this, to cost less mana. And this one gives mystery skill duration. I'm assuming it's gonna be the duration of this. This is gonna be something that you place on the ground or that summons enemies, not enemies but allies, kind of like Spiritual War, or something that has an AoE like falling meteors or whatever on a certain duration. Because normally the things that we see here are related to something on the other side and vice versa. So we'll see what this mystery skill would be. It could be this skill as well, one of those two. This got changed in regards to picture, but it's a nice skill, I used to use it. But the main point of this setup would be Light Spear combined with Damnation and Consecration. Of course Venomous Maw helps. If you want to use Venomous Maw, feel free to, instead of Holy Fury. It might actually be better. I'm gonna play with it now. And the idea is to keep killing the enemies that are afflicted. And this does a lot of damage, this spear skill. You see, I've got a lot of enchanting viable gear here. New recipe. Is it something I already know? Defender bonus offhand. Okay, let's see where the quest is here. The secret hideaway. Adult hive with glance. Where could the secret hideaway be? So you would need a lot of mana regeneration and cost reduction to get this to be effective, but look at this. How many you can kill with one shot, and if you just add that affliction there, you're just regaining 10% of your mana per kill. So if you kill 5 enemies, that's 50% of your mana, and the skill definitely doesn't use 50% of the mana the way I've set it up now. I can probably squeeze more out of it when I get gear with bonuses to this skill, be it cooldown reduction, which probably won't be the case. I'm assuming it's either gonna be mana cost reduction or damage bonuses for this skill. And it also has a chance to heal you. So has 60% chance on hit to heal you for 5% of your total health per enemy hit, which is the combo. You're healing your mana by killing enemies that have been affected by damnation, and by killing enemies with white spear you have a chance to get some health back, which is based on percent HP. So if you have items with HP, that means you would be healing for more. The more HP you stack, the bigger the heal would be. In regards to numbers, not percentages. And it's great. Phasic Beast, okay. Mapworks portal. Okay, let's go inside this Mapworks portal and complete it. Let's see now. First of all, it's gonna be random what kind of map mods we would get. This one we got 2. Double health for the enemies, and the enemies are resistant to fire. If I die in this map, that's it for the run, it's over, I can't return to it. Because this is a so-called roguelite kind of map. They used to call them hardcore maps, I'm not sure whether that's still the official term for those maps. For the phasic maps, but yeah. Alright, I'm just keeping my distance, and when we reach some ranged enemies that's gonna be a problem for me. For now I can just stay far and be fine. Line of sighting him did work. So they have twice the HP, so I'm gonna have to use twice the damage when dealing with them. Okay. It's a pretty snipey build, I'm really enjoying it. Look at the range of this skill, and it just keeps going. If I switch to 21:9 to ultra wide, I'm gonna be seeing a lot of the screen on that side. Let's see if that's a new one. Oh yeah, that's definitely a new one. The pet is immune to fire. That's probably one of the 2 new ones that were added in the game. Let's quickly check. Wait, I'm gonna keep this sword here, I don't wanna lose it. It seems like... Actually, fuck it, I'm just gonna sacrifice it. But turn it into dust. Everything in the grinder. Oh boy. Let's see, is this the dead end, or is that thing over there the dead end? I wish I could tell, let's check. I think this one is the dead end, and I like clearing the dead ends, because you never know where the legendary is hiding. Oh boy, well it's definitely not hiding here. Now back to the town. And I had 20 potions. The game is just reminding you, it's like telling me, do you see your noob, you didn't use your damn potions. Use them. Rookie mistake. So yeah, I had maximum potions. Good thing Extra is telling me to step it up and start using them.
How much are you looking to
But I
spend?
really didn't see, I'm not sure if I had enough time to
See you
react,
next time.
to heal myself. So I'm not sure where this hideaway is. Supposedly somewhere here, or maybe somewhere here. Let's try and find it here in this zone. But I do have some quest to find the hideaway, which is a contract mission. And there are some new contracts. I think they reset. I think they reset a few hours ago, and I can now take them again. Because I took from this zone yesterday, and I think I completed them. So now I have just a simple kill 100 goblins.
You have finished a quest.
Okay, there's some tips here for new players, because this is a new zone. And there's something going on here in the Lost Woods. Go to Lost Woods, search goblin cages for the folded map. Find the folded map. Okay, let's do this. So this is in a way the contracts. You can revisit old areas and your gear will get scaled down. So your level and gear, everything gets scaled down to the difficulty, to the level of the enemies. You would still be kind of very powerful if you go as a level 50 with legendary and blue item equipped in a level 3 to 5 zone where people were not supposed to have full legendary and blue items. So you would still be pretty strong, but it's still gonna be at least a tiny bit challenging compared to coming without the scaling. So my HP at the moment is 398. In a level 50 map it's gonna be between 20 and 50,000 based on how much HP I'm stacking from gear. And I've missed 2 cages here. So that's kind of like probably gonna be your daily grind. Some of those quests are repeatable each day, I think. So you kind of pick some of those you like and do them. If you want, if you can try and do all of them in the same zone every day, if you have the time for it, because there's like 6 public zones, I think, in each frontier, and each of those should be giving you 2 or 3 contracts, and that's 2 frontiers. So plenty of those.
You have finished a quest.
I'm gonna have to do the maths all together. There we go, fame level up. And now I can get a legendary map bundle, which, as I said, is in my opinion better than in a team, because you can invite someone to do the legendary maps with you. First of all, it's gonna be easier to kill stuff for everyone, knowing you have someone else DPSing while your things are in cooldown if you don't have a full rotation. And you know that your friends can get extra gear work boost from using those maps as opposed to just using basic maps. Everyone has their own wood, so no reason to not do it in team. Which was something the game was missing, motivation of people to team up. Most people were fine by just playing solo, but this game they did spend some time to figure out ways to promote team play as opposed to solo. Of course, everything in an ARPG should be soloable, and in any looter game, even if it's something like Borderlands, everything should be soloable, but there should be content that you would want to team up for. I'm wondering if this game is thinking about adding proper raid bosses where you where you need at least a full team, maybe more than one team if they think of adding multi-team raids, but that's gonna be a bit difficult, and it's gonna be leaning towards a proper MMO as opposed to an ARPG. So even if they just stick to limiting the team content, team play content, co-op content to just 4-man teams, that's gonna be fine. But I do want to see some hard bosses where you just need someone to help you with them, something that is not meant for solo.
Quest begun.
Probably it could still be soloable with some min-maxed setups, but not with your average build, something that would really push people towards grouping up. Or it could be soloable, but it would take a lot of time due to a lot of HP or defenses of the enemy or something like that.
A new quest.
Yeah, kind of a lot of things could change for the better or for the worse. But I'm always thinking, when I'm playing this game, it always gets me thinking of what could be done to make it better, and what has been done so far for the same reasons. Okay, that was pretty quick, but this was low level enemies on high level character, even though downscaled to their level. Just cannon fodder for the salvage machine. So I think I did the quest here, so I need to go to my fort. In the meantime, let's go back. Oh, collect goblin skulls in the Westwood. Collect goblin skulls in the Westwoods. Where is it? 5 out of 20. For real? Does it mean I need to run this map 3 more times to get this completed? But this seems to be a regular quest, not a quest for the... It doesn't seem to be a quest for the fame objectives. It seems to be just a general quest. Okay, I'm already at 7. I'm not sure I can get it to 20, but I think I'm at 7 out of 20. So there are just a little bit of enemies missed there, and that's it. Actually, even those here have been slaughtered. Well, let's just leave this, go back to the previous one. Let's leave. Still have no idea where this hideaway was. Okay, now it's time for me to destroy some stuff. Okay. Let's see. I'm probably gonna go and do some contracts from a different zone. I could take the zones one by one and just do the contracts in each zone. So probably let's go to my fort for now. Get rid of some of the drops. Okay, again this glitch with me not being able to teleport, and now I'm gonna have another rollback probably. Unless I walk manually to the fort, to the base. I don't want to have another rollback of all the items I farmed and gotten. There's an elite enemy here. Zygzax. I'm not really sure how to pronounce it, but I guess there's multiple ways. Damn, I can't collect the blue one. Gotta get the gear. The need for gear is real. Alright, next I'm gonna go check this way out. Currently I either need to get to the next place or to the town. There are some bug delays, but that's probably because I'm in the EU. I'm not sure the server I'm on is on the EU, or maybe it is, but every now and then I've been seeing some latency issues. It could all be on my side, but I don't think so. But so far I'm really loving those two skills, especially this spear, the snipey snipe skill of the mage, and it's piercing. What I want is cooldown reduction for damnation. I'd much rather have less duration, more spammingness and less duration for damnation would be the better option. To just keep running. Run, deploy, hit them, run to the next group, deploy underneath them, hit them. Get that mana back each time you hit them and kill them, so that you can immediately start the next chain, the next combo of damnation and white spear. Maybe with some stuff in between, like a bit of entropy or venomous maw. And now with Holy Fury we can hit more than 3 targets. I think before the limit was 3 targets. So now it can be more than 3. Look at that, I was hitting 4 of them. So nice splash damage. So this is nice, even though it's a beam channeled skill, which normally in the games hits single targets. This one can hit more than 3 enemies. Not sure what the limit is. But I'm assuming they probably just removed the limit of 3 and left it to hit anything that touches it. Which is amazing. Just brilliant for such a skill. It's not too thick, it's not too thin. It's a properly sized beam of magic. The same for this arrow. So it's not giving you like huge advantage, but it definitely, when used the right way, could be very effective. Yeah, I was kind of gonna do some messing around with the ult, but who got me by the way? Was it a goblin or was it a spider? It might have been a spider. Might have been 2 or 3 spiders hitting me at the same time. Because I think these spiders can two-shot me if they hit me with 2 of those shots at the same time. So even if I just switch to just using entropy, the build's not bad. You can just switch to this one when you wanna snipe someone, or when you wanna kill a boss monster or something like that, something that would need the extra damage, or when the enemies are perfectly wind up, because when they are, it's kind of feels bad if you don't use light spear when they're lined up like this. They were just perfectly clustered up there in a bunch. Look at that, how many it hit. Just great additions, and this, the way I've set it up now, is probably gonna be what I'll use in a build video. For all of the characters, the way I've set them up right now, with those 2 new skills on each class, I kind of found very good setups for them, which I think are build video worthy. So when I do have time, I would spend some on making a build video for those setups. First of all, I would need to make a summary of all the changes, which are quite a few. There's gonna be a lot of stuff to record to get footage for, but eventually I will do that. I will get everything that needs to be gotten, and I will experiment with some weird setups for those new skills. I'm just looking for some blue gear that maybe modify some of those new skills. So far I haven't found any. Let's quickly check those. Yeah, so far nothing modifying those skills. But look at this one. Physical damage on chests, nice. Of course those are wowy items, so they're gonna be sacrificed. I wonder if I'll be able to go to my fort now, finally. No, I still can't. This is big BS. So I either need a waypoint or something that indicates the next zone, so I can get rid of this place and go to another one. And I'm gonna head this way. Hopefully I'm heading towards the higher level enemies. This is level 5, so maybe this is gonna be the level 6 enemies and the passageway to the next zone. Of course, as you see, my HP and everything, all of my stats are downscaled. So yeah, I can't get out of this zone. This is something terrible. The game is kind of walking me inside the zone. If I quit with the character selection, I'm gonna lose some of the items I lost. There's gonna be a rollback. Already happened 2 times on my stream. I don't want it happening a 3rd time. And it will. So all the items I'm getting and losing thanks to this, there's no one who would restore those items. Even if I show them a video of me losing them. So now I'm scared to go and change, because I don't want to lose some of the wood. So let's see how can I fix this. I'm gonna try and go and reach the town, but if it didn't allow me to travel to the next zone, it probably won't allow me to travel to the previous one either. Let's see. It's just that way. I'm just gonna keep going that way to reach the town. Travel point. This way, this way, this way. And then it's this way. See, there's been a lot of walking going on. So I should be now close to the start of this zone. And to the door to leading towards the outpost. Or I could just die and resurrect the town if it works. This would be my worst case scenario. Hopefully it would work. But for now I want to see if I can manually return there. Waypoint, maybe through that I can travel. Let's quickly check. Can I go here? No, of course I can't. Can I go here? Of course I can't. Well, kind of screwed here. There's no traveling for me. I'm gonna quickly check on the Discord channel if anyone posted in the Torchlight Frontiers Discord about this in the bug hunting section. So when it comes to the bug hunting, So someone reported something similar. This port not working, it is teleporting me back here. I go far away from the portal and come back, it worked. Some people say you may have to empty your inventory. Seriously? Is that what's causing it? Having a full inventory? If that's really what's causing it, that's gonna be very weird. But okay. I'm gonna have my inventory look like this. 2 slots here, 2 slots here are empty. Now let's quickly try and travel. So am I too heavy to travel? No, it's still not allowing me to travel. Well, how much do I need to empty my inventory, and is that really the fix? Let's try this gate. Oh no, that's not the one I need. I want the one that lets me go to the town. So yeah, there are those glitches which are kind of a bit of annoying, a bit of an annoyance to deal with. And that's why it's just alpha things. You can put that in a hashtag, add it to your tweets, but it's just alpha things. So let's see if I can reach the town now. Hopefully I will be able to. If I can't, the only thing I can hope for is to not have any rollbacks. So we're remembering that here I had 4 blue items and a lot of items with green. Here I had this one with the 2 and some other junk green items like those. So at least it's junk items, but it's still stuff I could probably, in my fort, I can probably enchant them and unlock some stuff. So now the only thing that's left for me is to go to the character select and walk back in. And you betcha I probably would have rode back to a previous save of the character. Yes, that's it. All the items that were here are gone. Here I only have 2 of those items. Well, the game kind of keeps telling you a big fuck you with this. Like all the progress you do for a session, 3 times already, 4 times in a row maybe, I keep losing those items. There's not much I can do about it. There isn't something that I can do inside the game to fix it. So let's kind of go to the fort and see how can this be fixed. I tried anything that I can think of and I just couldn't. If anyone knows a way to fix this, I would love to hear it.
What happened?
Oh, my items disappeared in just a moment. I'm gonna explain it. So basically, I couldn't travel. So I was in this zone. I was in.
I just played Chaos Bane and had to fight a boss for 10 minutes.
Wow. Wow, dude, 10 minutes. That's a long fight. But I guess sometimes it happens when I do the big boss fights, that's how it is. So what I did, I was in this zone and I couldn't travel to my fort with my portal. I couldn't travel to Travel Point. I couldn't travel manually to
Green
Travel
ring
Point,
rightfully
and I
earned.
couldn't travel to this one. Oh, green ring rightfully earned. You betcha, man, you betcha. 10 minutes of a fight. Totally worth the green ring. So I couldn't travel, and then when I walked back in, I lost my safe. I got my gear rolled back. So some of the items I had here were missing, some of the items I had here were missing. This is kind of what happened.
Seems
It
to
keeps
suck, this
happening
bug.
today. It sucks a lot because it's really discouraging. It makes me want to stop playing until the bug is fixed, because that way I'm not making any progress. I'm here to farm wood, and if I can't farm a wood and reliably save my wood, then what am I doing in the water game? I mean, there's bugs and there's those nasty bugs that you just want fixed as soon as possible. And this probably qualifies in this category, in the things I would like to see fixed as soon as possible. Because it seems to kind of block my progress. Now if I start playing, I cannot know when the game would decide to stop letting me
I would
save my
totally trip.
progress. You betcha. I was planning on making a short break, but I could as well just stop the stream and maybe return with some Borderlands in a moment. It is 10 p.m. It is 10 p.m. so I still have like a couple more hours, 2.5 hours to stream. So maybe I can come back with some Borderlands 3. I'm gonna go quickly have a snack, so in 15-20 minutes I'm gonna return.
No.
Thanks everyone who watched. If you wanna wait, if you wanna see more of this game, I can show you more of this game. I can totally do some more, but I need a quick break for a quick snack. So yeah, maybe a puff, but yeah. So we'll just need a 10-15 minutes. I could leave a BRB screen and I can just do it in like 5 minutes, but it's either this or just to stop the stream and then stream some Borderlands afterwards. I still want to do more of this game. So if you guys want to see more of this game, I can show you more of this game. But if you want to see Borderlands, or if you don't care, feel free to let me know. In the meantime, keep it cool, and it's up to you whether you want to see more of this or not. For now, I'm just gonna leave it in a BRB, and I'm gonna feed my pet. I'm gonna quickly, after feeding the pet, come back, grab something to eat. So maybe 5 minutes and I'll be back. Perfect for everyone who wants to have a smoke or grab a drink or something to do it right now. Okay, I'm back. So let's quickly bring back the game. Now, if anyone wants to see certain quests, do let me know. If you don't want to see a certain class or a certain relic weapon, I'm gonna go on the forged quickly. Let me quickly check what relic weapons I've got here. This is the Bane with the spider build, it seems. The Bane with the... Oh no, it's the Bane that doesn't have a spider build, so that's the Bane that I shouldn't be using if I'm using the Venomous Maw. Which makes it easier for this build. Easier to just pick Holy Fury here. Or anything else, even Dark Spears would be fine sometimes. But I think it's gonna be a waste if you use this. This would be even better sometimes up close. In the meantime, I wonder if I should put this... I wonder if I should put this certain stuff in my storage just to give it to the forged. Alright, let's work on the forged. For now, that's how it's gonna be. I wanna play with the forged a bit more. I think there's still some more stuff I wanna see. Maybe get a bit of XP as well. And I wanna do some more contracts. Hopefully I don't end up losing some gear like earlier, but we'll see. If anyone wants to team up, if you need help with anything, this one is 4848, so it can even probably handle some 50 maps if I try to kind of stay a bit more on the safe side. I can always grab a shield if I want to for extra survivability though, and get some more HP instead of damage stats. So, okay, I think this setup I was running is fine. I was experimenting with this weapon instead of the normal one with shock, just to see how much more damage I can get, and there's chance to slow as well and chance to bleed. I'm using the fire relic, and I'm using a fire relic that is set up towards a maximized firestorm and 10 points into lingering blaze. So I probably did not want to use sword smash, and I'm not. The question would be whether I need the fear. I think the fear would be fine for this build. 1 point into the fear. Oh, wait. No, I didn't need to use this point.
Is this game out?
This
How can you
point
play it?
was... yeah, hello Professor Hype. This game is not out, it's in an alpha. The only way to play it, welcome to my stream by the way, the only way to play it is on the website you can sign up, and it is torchlightfrontiers.com. I'm gonna type it now on Twitch. So torchlightfrontiers.com, you can go there, you can sign up for the alpha. Currently there isn't anything that could make your chances higher than someone else who has signed up, so there is no way to buy access into the early access. It's on a random invite basis, so at random times they would
Profess 0R
select
underscore hype.
a certain
Thank
number
you
of
for the
players
follow and welcome to the Struck Club.
to whom they would send some of those keys. The biggest wave of keys I've heard of was 10,000 keys, I think either last update or the update before that. So they sent like on a single day they sent 10,000 keys. So they're currently constantly increasing the number of players invited to the game, even though it's an alpha. They're testing, they increase the number of servers. So that's something to keep in mind. It's still an alpha, and even then they already bothered with making different regions. So yeah, that's quite fun. So in the meantime, is there anything else you might want to know? And as I was saying earlier, I said no because I know on this character I had an extra skill point from a glitch that gave some users a 41 skill point. So now I have to go and destroy this weapon, which I'm gonna do later. I'm just gonna switch it to a different one. And this is a glitch I forgot about because I haven't played in multiple weeks, so I intentionally didn't spend this point to avoid myself giving one over the limit. And now I'm gonna have to stop using this weapon because it doesn't seem fair if I do. One extra point is a watt. It is a watt. I mean, I could get a proc that I didn't have with my current setup. Which is fine, I needed some room anyways. I needed some room for gear. In the meantime, let's see if I can unequip it first. I can't. Can I destroy it from here, or do I need to just change it and destroy it from here? Let's see. Yeah, I think I need to put this one and replace it with this one, and then do this. Now I have extra slot. I'm gonna start crafting a new one when I farm cores. There are some cores as rewards currently from contracts. So cores would drop more. Before you used to get only a single core. Now from bosses you get between 1 and 3. And you see you get bundles of triples and maybe even more later. More 3, another 3. So kind of trios of cores being given away for free just by hitting a certain fame level from those contracts. So eventually you would be able to probably craft a single weapon with the cores you get by reaching level 60, because you may not get enough cores from rewards. Maybe you would need just a few more, but by hitting that much you would have found probably much more. Probably on 10 bosses if you're lucky. Before it was like that. On 10 bosses, if you're lucky you would get some. If you're not lucky you wouldn't get any. If you're very lucky you would get once every second or third run. But now it drops between 1 and 3 when it does drop, and first you have to make it drop it, then you have to make it proc to give you a higher number. But it does drop more often, I guess, or something like that, or maybe less often. I need to check the patch notes just a moment. Increase the drop rate of legendary items. Reduce the frequency of rare item drops. All non-legendary gear can now drop up to 3 levels higher. Life-bound items now only drop after level 7. Wow, that's some nice changes. Slightly improved the rewards from boss chests. Slightly improved elite and legendary champion wood drops. Phase dungeons now have a 15% item luck and 25% gold luck bonuses. Those we talked about in the start of the stream. And added 2 new legendary pet covers and 2 new legendary pet tags. So more pet gear into the pool. But that's nice, maybe it's gonna be fun. I already found a one that makes my pet immune to fire, which might be very nice against certain bosses. Okay, there's other things that I won't talk about now. Let's go back into doing some maps. I should have this blue one in the Goblin Frontier, so I don't have any potions. Maybe I shouldn't go without any, but let's see how it goes. Let's see how it goes. Still loading. Okay. There we go. I probably should pick up some of the green gear until I need to replace it. So see, there we go. We got one with 10 chance slots. Let's see how effective this would be on a fire resistant map. Okay. I probably would get myself one shot from out of nowhere, which mostly happens when there's some ranged enemies. And now there's those little see, ranged enemy immediately. At least that's close to the entrance, so even 100 would be fine as a resurrect. I might have to make myself a portal inside this map to see if I can port back to it. I'm just gonna keep one here.
Your health is low.
No, that was close. See, that was almost one shot. And if something else is hitting you, you might end up getting one shot by this because of the other damage that's kind of slightly chipping away at your HP bit by bit. Okay, let's see.
Can't be cast.
So the two new skills are this one and this one. Tracking Strike and Sonic Pulse. So this makes them take more damage. This kind of is, it just speaks for itself. A Kono AoE, that's a traveling sonic wave or something like that, like a shock wave with a bit of rumble. Pretty nice skill for a new one, and this one I'm loving the sound of it. Just listen to it. Pretty pleasant for the ears, at least to me. It doesn't sound intrusive. I wouldn't mind hearing something similar to this when a legendary drops. Like, it currently has a sound, but it would be nice to be able to choose between multiple sounds later on in, like, not even in the beta, after the launch maybe. And that would be a nice quality of life feature. Oh, Miner, I gotta be careful. I think this guy can also two-shot me. And he's fire resistant, kind of not the best thing. And a recipe, nice. Let's check it quickly. Hopefully the recipes I earn would not reset if I get another rollback. So maybe the character data is saved separately. Oh, I've got the cached rest right here. Okay, I can afford to splurge a bit of dying then. Let's try and not die that much, though only 2 potions left. Let's see. I started with 0, now I have 2 potions. Oh I clicked resurrect the Tencents. Okay. I'm just gonna have some water while I'm waiting. Alright, let's move again. And I wanna check something quickly with this one. So this is Sword Smash centered. So if I decide to remove one of my skills, it would be kind of effective to have a fast Sword Smash, 4.8 seconds, with a little bit of extra damage, and maxed out Firestorm, and Lingering Blaze on 5 points as well. Okay, that's not a bad choice of a replacement for the other one. Definitely is actually a better one for this build. Because I might want to experiment with Sword Smash. Maybe instead of Rapid Strike, we'll see. I do need Rapid Strike to generate, what was it, heat? Yeah, to build heat.
Your life is slipping away.
This guy almost one-shot me for the 3rd time. If that's the same guys, I gotta be careful. Let's try and do this. Will I survive? Without seeing where they're shooting. Let's see. Just trying to not stay too much in the same place. Okay. The dual Kono setup, what's this? Repeater. Oh, that's probably for a quest. Or is it? Well, not sure what's changing. Let's check my weapon damage. Weapon damage, cannon damage. Cannon 612. Yeah, this is probably glitched. A no properties item, but maybe can I add sockets to this one? Just to make it full with sockets. This is gonna be fun if I can. But I don't think there's a way to add sockets, or maybe they're not even planning of the game having such an option. Okay, let's revive again. Come on, pet. I'm letting the pet finish his fight. I'm wondering if the Crit Striker pet setup would be nice. I wanna try and farm some gear for it. Just to test it, see how it works. Oh, nice. This is quite fancy. This makes your crit chance to 100, and there was, I think, another bonus now. Before it used to just give you double damage. But now instead of giving you direct double damage, it's just giving you some buffs that result in more damage. Oh boy. Okay. This skill can be a very great escape tool. First of all, it knocks back enemies like... Oh, I couldn't show you exactly, but I'm gonna try and show you in the next stage. If someone hasn't seen it, it's called Ramming Robot, and for a reason. You saw how I passed through them. Sometimes I would take them with me, but in this case I used it on ranged enemies. Not the best thing. I either use it to escape someone or to close in the distance. So if I just use it like now without a follow-up, they would stay alive enough to kill me after that. Otherwise it's gonna be just like a quick two-shot. Let's try and do it. And now follow up with the two, but then I got killed from there. So it's all about movement, I guess. You gotta try and keep moving on. This is a lethal map, so that means the enemies have increased crit chance and crit damage. I think that was what the lethal one was, because there was 2 damage bonus. Was it the vicious one, the other one? So yeah, this is crit chance and crit damage for the lethal. I need to check what the other one was that was giving other type of damage increase for the enemies. Come on, I'm gonna run out of revives. You're gonna have to farm some stuff. Let's send the pet to sell some stuff. Okay, pet, go sell. I'm gonna pick up all of this. I should have given some to the pet. Oh, and there's something that looks like an artifact. A legendary focus, ice white. Oh, steam dissipation, more steam dissipation. That's for a swag shot build as well, and gives more physical damage. And ice, an ice physical swag shot. Interesting. And if you find a nice cannon that gives you something to go together with the ice, maybe chance to stun or chance to slow. Oh, I need to see from where they're shooting. See, those would have gotten me if I stood there on the stairs. Oh. Okay. Time to throw some stuff out to pick up those. So we have 2 Kono attacks, 3 Kono attacks now with this build. So we have this one, cone, then we have this one, cone, and then this one is also cone, but pretty close. And we have this circular AoE, which can heal if it hits a stunned target. So that's why with this one we have a chance to stun, and then we have an item that makes us be able to stun with anything that hits. That's why even with this skill I'm stunning. Before it used to actually do stun, and now it only stuns for 1 second, but before I think we could modify the stun, if I remember correctly. I need to check some of my old replay gameplays that are still on the internet from before the changes. Maybe I should just look at some of the old build videos for this class. There should be something there.
Your pet has fled.
But it's now great that we can heal with this class from a reliable source. Vortex Bomb with a good crit and stun build would be nice. Even if you don't have crit, as long as you have stun build, something that helps you do more stuns like stun chance gear, uh, similar to this one, you should be fine. You should be able to have a solid source of healing, and then you would want to stack up as much HP gear as you can, because this seems to heal you based on health, not based on a certain number. So the more your health, the bigger the number it heals. It's a percentage of the HP. Okay, thankfully my pet sold some items and I looted some gear. So where was it? 3% of your health when hitting stunned enemies. So yeah, kind of a good synergy with Sonic Pulse. And with stun build.
You've met
With the
your
stun build, as much as I'm stunning and hitting the enemies, the better it will be for my healing. Now I have to resurrect it, the town. But this definitely was a map that's difficult to handle for this build with me controlling the character. Maybe someone else controlling this build, this character in there would have done much better. They would have kept their distance, probably used shotgun, but the way I executed it was kind of not the most optimal execution on a lethal map where the enemies have a lot of crit chance and crit damage. Let's see, let's sell this and this. This is pretty interesting, so I'm gonna keep it for now.
Thank you for shopping.
And let's go and buy a map or two. Secret weapon, high-vid glance. Okay, let's buy some high-vid maps maybe. Maybe not now though, I'm gonna need to do something. Some farming. So it says high-vid, adult high-vid. So let's go in some of those zones, like maybe this one. Just to farm some junk gear to sell for money to buy some maps. And in the meantime do some contracts to unlock some stuff. I did get some legendary map bundle, but as I said, I'm saving that to do it with other people, preferably with viewers. If there's viewers, even if you're level 1, we can just do a level 50 map. I'm gonna put it on something that's not the final difficulty. I'm gonna stock up on some money in case I need to like revive. If it even lets us revive, it probably wouldn't. So it's better to just complete the map instead of risking a one shot at the start maybe. And the wobbies can just run after me. After I've cleared like a certain stage. The wood will probably still be there. I don't think the wood becomes shared at any point of the game, so that's not a problem. It's quite a decent option for this game, because they said they're trying to avoid a black market, a gray market for the game's items existing. And yeah, that's pretty nice. Maybe doing something like a Diablo style trading just for your party members for a certain amount of time. For the way Diablo 3's trading was after the changes, after they removed auction houses and stuff like that. So this type of food sharing would be acceptable in such a game because it won't be exploitable. And it will be fine if they really wanna go after not not attracting goat farmers and stuff like that in the game. That's a good way of doing it. Because there would always gonna be otherwise some of those bots coming to spam the chat for selling currency, selling accounts, selling what not, whatever you want to think of, and just trying to scam people and exploit them, I guess, or something like that. Kind of stay away from any such messages and always block those and report them. That's the best thing you can do in MMOs and in other online games with goat sellers and stuff like that. When you ignore them, first of all, your chat starts looking nice, but even them existing there in the first place is a bad thing. And I think this is where some companies, some of the big companies, get kudos for blocking such stuff when they have the budget to keep that maintained. But it is expensive to, if you have to rely only on bots, maybe it won't be as reliable as when you have a person moderating all of the time, someone that's like the person at shift, on shift or whatever it's called, on duty. Just a moment. There is something there. The assignment board. So if I want to get bounties, I should go there. And there's this enemy there as well that maybe gives fame when killed. So first off, let's go get the quests. They're not that far from here, so it wouldn't take too long to reach it. And I can even skip some of the enemies on the way. You never know, I might need to kill some of those enemies for some of the quests, so it's good to keep them alive for now. Have it in the crawling pools. This is Bogwood Hollow. And in the Underlakes, which is a dungeon. Crawling pools I think is also a dungeon. But is it in this zone? It should be dungeons in this zone, otherwise I shouldn't be taking the quest from here. So I'm gonna check where each of those is as soon as we've cleared all those enemies here. Oh, a lot of poison on me at the same time. On level 50 this probably would have ended up killing me. Let's see, Underlakes is here. Then the other one is in a different zone, it appears, because I need to go to the protected trail. But yeah, the one in the Underlakes is kind of something we can do. And the charge book, is it in this zone? It doesn't say, I guess it could be anywhere. So destination, the Underlakes for now. Okay, let's do this. Not gonna get much from killing those. See, the elites are worth killing if I can. Let's see, can I? Oh, no, move. Ah, he has Toxic, I didn't see it on time. Toxic is the nemesis of melee setups. You just can't play a melee setup effective unless you stack shit tons of poison resistance and HP. against a toxic enemy.
Help you.
It is that toxic. Sometimes. Let's see. Did you see this one-shotting me? So now, if I had Swag Shot here, it's gonna be fine because of the range. But now I have to be extra careful. Cause see, it didn't take too much to hit it, but it's too risky to get too close to it. Oh, oh, this is nice. This is nice. Chance to block, but this 150 HP, imagine this being a level 50 item. This would have been amazing for level 50. Because it would have had enough block chance to kind of be close to the soft cap. To not need any more block chance at the bottom. And then maybe we would have been able to add some nice enchantments there. Such as chance to bind, chance to fear, things like this you wanna have on a tank. Chance to stun, if you can maybe. Chance to stun on block, I don't think there is such a shield, but a legendary with that or a mod with that would be great. Imagine kind of like a damage reflected kind of stunner build. Stun on block. This would be the best shield probably though. But I really want to see them go wild with some weird items, because now it's the time to experiment with weird stuff, weird items, weird unique specific to this item abilities. Something to make a player want to build around that item. And just to modify the skills in a way. And even if it's too overpowered at first when it's added, it's an alpha, it can always be rebalanced with some feedback from the players. Like now with those new skills, I'm enjoying playing with the new skills, seeing how they work well with other combinations of skills, other sets of skills. I will be respecting when I can, again with those two skills that are the new ones for each character, but I'm gonna be taking different combinations of skills with them than the ones I'm using now. Now I'm using the ones that are the more obvious choice, the ones that are the obvious synergies between the new skills and the rest of them. So on all three characters, that's how I set up the build now, but later I'm gonna experiment with the ones that are more seeming, less seemingly effective, but maybe there would be something hidden that I didn't account for, that would be brought up by a combination of two things I never thought of being good well together. Oh. Okay, that was tight. That was pretty tight. Very close to... Very close to getting one shot, even on this lower level. Or maybe two shots would have been the correct term in this case. Because I don't think anything here can one shot me, unless it was this boss from earlier. And this is the good thing about the level scaling. It always keeps fun and challenging. See, that's the best difficulty on level scaling. Even though I'm 50, it's scaling me down to the level of the enemies. The bad thing is the wood is scaled down as well, to prevent the level 50s obliterating enemies in level 13, 12, etc. zones. Because the only advantage we do have over the leveling gap is the lower you go with the levels, the less expected the player is to have full legendary sets. which makes you in a way overpowered in those zones, which I understand why there would be downscaling of the level of the wood. Like now this would have been a level 50 legendary if there wasn't the downscaling. And in Borderlands the way they made it, just as a comparison to the other game I play, is that they made it so it scales up everything when it does. So if you're level 50, it scales up the enemies. So instead of scaling me down to level 13, 14, what it does is it scales the enemies to the final, to the level 50 or 51 in certain cases, and it scales the wood. So in Borderlands, even though I'm in a low level zone, or even though, let's say I play a high level zone but I invite a WoW player, I will be getting the high level wood from the enemies, he will be getting the WoW level. So this is not valid only in a zone where you're sowing. So if I'm sowing some WoW level zone, it will not scale, but when I join someone else's game, it automatically starts scaling me in the same difficulty in the same zone. So sometimes I had like someone power level my character in there, and when you have a level 50 doing like level 20 missions, so it's easy because the enemies are always level 26 or 25 or 20 depending on the mission if it's on normal. But when you join someone else's game that's doing the exact same mission on the same difficulty, it scales the enemies to your level. And this was a great co-op experience. So maybe in here they can try and do something like that. If they feel like this is great, okay, that's fine. Level 50, doing content that rewards him with level 13 wood. But I think it would be probably better to scale up the enemies instead of scaling the player down. Probably here I'm not getting a good challenge against level 13, 14 enemies, but if the enemies were getting scaled up to level 50, they would have been giving me as much challenge as the level 50 maps. In this case it would be level 48, because this character only has 48 in both frontiers. So this is a great system, but what I'm just saying is maybe the other way would be more fun to test as an option to switch between one or the other as the rules of the party, of the XP sharing and everything. Let's pick this one up because, oh, it's a cannon, but I can't. Okay, I'm gonna check after the fight if I can transfer something to the pet. I think everyone's dead. What about this bug blaster? Legendary cannon. I wanna see what this looks like. Oh, that's amazing. Critical hit chance to wind damage versus high hit. Let's use it here on this map. And this will go to the pet, this will go to the pet, and to SWATs. Let's see. The pet has much more. I'm gonna start turning some of my old legendaries after I replace them with better ones into dust for enchanting the new legendaries, but that's gonna take a while. First of all, I have to find more, but if so far I've already found one, and that's fast enough for me to say that I found on my second day, when the first day was just 3 hours or so of playing, maybe 2.5 even. To find in the middle of the second day, in the like, let's say, couple of hours or so spent, a legendary weapon with 2 sockets, 2 additional enchantment places. I don't know what it's called, but I'm currently calling them sockets because they do remind me of sockets on gear in some games. Let's see if it can die. Oh, it was so close, so close. I wonder if I can come back to try and kill it. This is one hell of a one-shotty boss. And he's very fast, I don't think I can avoid the hit. The only way would be with some damage reduction like a Realm Master. So it's either kill him first or get killed or get wrecked. In the meantime, let's see. Those were some fake exclamation marks here. Still loading, I assume. So crawling pools, this is where I was, I think. Crawling pools. No, I haven't been there, but I have one more quest for charge bugs, and there would be probably some there. And the adult hybrid glands, no idea from where, probably from different maps. So let's do that, let's go to the crawling pools. Oh, and that's a quest to kill Kronk, okay. That's a pretty... that's gonna be a difficult one. If the boss fight's been reworked, and I think it has slightly, we'll see, since the last time I've done it. So let's go to the Hivit. Which one was it? It's here. So it's a level 20 something map. This is the enemy that has a chance to drop the core needed for crafting the Bane stuff, I think. At least that's how it used to be. I remember it being Kronk that drops this core. I forgot what the name of the core was. The Bane core. Need to check. So we got 3 quests for this zone, 3 different contracts. And did I get a contract level recently? No, but it's very soon. And then I'm gonna get a rare map bundle, perfect. And greater essence bundle, oh, pretty nice. Oh boy, oh boy. Look at this, look at this. Those are some tough enemies, by the way. If those hit you, you might end up getting 1 or 2 shot. And there's ones that shoot with harder to dodge projectiles than those, although even those are hard enough to dodge when there's spiders shooting at you from all sides. Shit, I gotta escape quickly and return in a moment. Just to make sure I don't get sandwiched. Rather take my time getting the kill than get killed myself. This was so close. It like kind of grazed me. I'm not sure if it would have one-shot me, but I didn't want to take the risk to find out. So I'm not getting XP here, but maybe the fame would give me XP completing those tasks. Fame level up just from killing enemies. See, that's pretty nice. Just from killing packs of enemies, I do seem to get XP. Maybe it's not per enemy, but it's per pack, and that's why sometimes when I was testing if a certain cube gave me fame, it didn't give me results until later. I'm not sure why. We'll see. How much is it now? Just gotta kill those flyers, because they are like pretty ranged, and with the poison I could die without noticing. So here, a rare map bundle and essence bundle, greater one at that. The next one would be greater resources bundle, lesser resources bundle, and then there's gonna be one of those pets. Chakavari, I think, or Chakavari, I'm not sure how it's pronounced, but it is kind of pretty nice. Pretty nice little birdosaurus, little birdosaurus there, with some floppy wings on the ears and at the back of his head like a mohawk. So yeah, that seems like a very cool pet design. And they're giving you that as the first pet rewarded. Oh, now there's this beastie. Come on, beastie. Come on, beastie boy. There we go, we got the beastie boy. Now we got ourselves a free map, so every second in this map counts. Every enemy killed counts. Let's get that wood. Level 48, ridiculous, double HP and poison resistant, so good thing we're not using a poison weapon, I guess. Or are we? And so they have twice the HP. The fights would be quite prolonged at certain times, especially on the elites. But that's gonna be some nice XP for me. Although if you want XP, I would suggest probably to make it safer to stay away from ridiculous. It will give you a bit more XP, but if you don't think your build can handle not dying all the time and want fast and steady income of XP, you probably would want to stay from the final difficulty. Because it takes some skill to be able to not die with certain builds in this game, on this difficulty. And sometimes...
Can you show the train?
The train. Currently I can show you only one of the cards, but sure. I'm gonna quickly show you the train. The train... Just give me a moment. I'm gonna see what I can do with the Wobby, and before going to the high level, because the high level already used the respec, but the Wobby still hasn't gotten a respec, and the Wobby is level 11. So that means with her I can probably get to show you some parts of the train. I can put some skill points into. So let's reset the skills. First 1 point here. So this one needs 10 points. So I'm not gonna be able to show you flamethrower car, but I can show you some of the other ones quickly. Mortar car, let's put some points here. Then shield car, let's put some points. Then shotgun car. So let's do something like this. And we don't have another skill, but that just to show you as much of the train as I can. So here we have two different cars. And did I get another car?
Gorilla pet?
I got shotgun. Oh, you can't have shotgun and shield at the same time. So some cars cannot be taken together. The other one was you can't take a mortar car together with flamethrower, I think it was. Which is such a bummer because both of them are flame. It would have been nice to be able to have those two as a combo instead of having to pick this one with one of those two or this one with one of those two. Basically what I've been saying and some other people have been also saying similar things is that we should be able to pick two cars, any two cars, and just be able to mix and match them however we want. Currently we have four, so it should be in such a way that each one should be able to match with the other three freely and be okay. But that's not the current case. Currently some things cannot be taken together, which I kind of understand why, but I really don't understand why they thought it would be the better case here. Probably they kind of caused some bugs internally. I don't know what it is, or maybe they're just waiting for an update that would add more cars to then kind of rework it and to decide what to do with them. Maybe
Hell
different
yeah.
charges or something. But yeah, the train is nice. I'm gonna show you a bit of combat, but just a little bit because this is a Wobby. I can then show you the Realm Master without the train, the other one. But it definitely is nice. Okay, it's loading up a bit of rubber banding. Now let's take some missions here.
Received a quest.
Just one, that's fine. And I have a Blood Drinker relic weapon here, so I can probably get the Blood Drinker skill. Let me quickly check. Hopefully I don't get myself gibbed. So okay, now we have this skill, which is from the relic weapon, and it is an active skill from the relic weapon. It's called Spinning Blade, and it's amazing for bleeding builds. And this is where it is. I can reduce the cooldown of the skill later. For now, I just needed it as a fewer. Needed it as a fewer of the train skills. So let's put. Should I put shield car now? And see, at this level it feels fine, but at this level the difficulty I'm playing on is normal. If I put difficult, maybe it's gonna be a bit better. Let's see. This is, keep in mind, this is a Wobby character I'm using as a mule, so it has a lot of gear that's stored, and see, it's not even wearing a helmet, it's just wearing some random gear. Oh, it has some old cores. I wonder if I can stack those together. Oh yes, I can. Nice. So this sword would definitely be a better fit. And what about this? This wouldn't be. Just checking if I can improve a bit of the damage output. So there's a quest there. And probably one here, but that seems like a story quest. And this will probably give me some points. Let's see if it can give me fame. Currently my fame is 160. I wanna kill that enemy and I wanna change to shield car quickly. Just to show you how shield car feels. It went in the wrong place, but okay. I'm gonna do something like this. No, actually, let's do this. So let's go grab this elite enemy or whatever it is, some sort of target. So there are some new sounds added to the train that I did not remember hearing before.
You are gravely wounded.
Okay, getting those blues raining, getting the blink blink for the Wowie. This is one dope ass Wowie. Alright, let's go here. There's some forged. Is he taking screenshots? Let's photobomb his screenshots. Okay, I guess he's FK. No screenshot photobombing, but there's an enemy here. Let's photobomb him with a train in the face. There we go. And a big spinning blade. Let's see if this one will give us some fame. I forgot to check with the other one that I wanted to experiment with, but I'm gonna check. I think I had 160 back then. So let's see if it changed in between then and now. Still 160, okay, so it didn't. Right, then let's go there. I don't have spinning hammer or hammer spin. So a bit running a bit slow now because no movement speed sources, but it's still okay, and I'm loving how they change the animation of those the most basic shields. Having this grow and reworking slightly the design maybe, or maybe the design is the same but with the glow it looks different. It really makes this shield worth taking for aesthetics and to experiment with the build around it. Because some of them now with the enchanting could be min-maxed into kind of a beast of a shield if you get the correct mods on the whichever one you get, even though it's physical. Against certain enemies like Netherrim, it would be a very nice shield. As a base, that is, of course, it's all about how RNGesus would bless you with mods when enchanting and when dropping the item even before that. Because first it has to have good mods on it, and then it has to have enchantment slots. So in most cases you would have one of those, and that's gonna be the tricky part, to get both of those in a drop. But that's gonna be fun. It's gonna give some thrill of trying to farm certain specific item. In the meantime, all the other gear that you'll be getting, all the legendaries and epic items would still be pretty nice, or maybe rare items, not epic. Wait, was there purple gear or was it blue and then legendary? I guess it was blue and then legendary, yeah. So rare items. So the train is pretty solid. Look at that. I have a shield, I have a bubble around me. And I've seen items that just from that one item you can get 100% duration for this shield. Which is for 8 seconds, I think, after you leave the train. Around the card for 8 seconds, yeah. Then 50% damage reduction on activation around the card for 8 seconds. That lasts 8 seconds when you leave the area. So when you leave the area, I think you can make it last 16 with this item, and even more if you have other ones that give you bonuses for this. So let's check this place here. Oh, that's not unlocked for me, of course. Of course it's not gonna be unlocked. So which quest do I need to do? I need to go talk to Zaya. Damn, I was there. I was there. So I'm gonna show you more of this character because I eventually wanted to start playing WoW. I'm later on gonna be doing, as I said, probably next week. If I have some time for hardcore characters, I would start one and I would keep one of the slots in my inventory for, in my roster, so to say, for
Can you sit on
hardcore
the train?
characters. No, I can't sit on the train, dude. Unfortunately, we can't. We can't sit, we can't make our pet go on the train. The train is our beach, and that's kind of how it is. But it still doesn't let us put stuff on top of it. So the train is kind of like your shadow, it's following you around. But it is fine. I mean, with certain setups, I'm really loving shotgun and I'm also loving flamethrower. So combine those two together and you get my favorite DPS centered combination for the train. Shotgun car together with the flame car. I'm gonna remove the shield car now and I'm gonna add shotgun. So you see now we're doing this.
It would be great to build up your train with upgrades.
Oh yeah, it would be, but in the current way they're using it to be kind of like a modular train that you decide how to spec. So it's kind of limiting in a way that they're not letting you make weird combinations. So they're only allowing certain cars to be used together with others. So preventing one skill to be used with a second and a third to be used with a fourth is, as I said, not a great way to make them. Because you're not giving the players enough freedom to experiment, especially now that it's alpha. Any two combos would be fine, to at least try and experiment to make it a bit more different, a bit more varied. Especially if you want to make a fire build. Having this one and this one just screams a fire build. If you could use them together, it would have been amazing. Let's see, let's go and get this one. So currently, did I get some levels for my relic on this Wobby? Not yet. I'm not sure how it works and whether we can transfer level 40 relics to Wobbies and the Wobbies being able to use it. I think I tested it once, but I already forgot what the results were. But I guess since relics level up faster than the players, probably level 40 relic is possible on a level 20 character, even on a level 1 character, I guess. Oh, level 1 probably not, because I think it would be level 2 by the time you're able to pick up the item. So the murky cavern. Let's go and do the main mission just so we can unlock those other quests. And yeah, in the meantime I'm gonna be showing you some of this lower level. So now you're having kind of a feel of how the game would feel on your first playthrough on your Wobby. Except this one has some gear that you wouldn't have on a normal playthrough, so it would feel a bit easier seeing me play it. And it's not on any difficulty that's hard, it's on difficult, so it's in the medium one. I can only do one higher in any case with this character. It won't allow me to do the hardest with this guy. Now with this gal. And some blue gear. And now we are kind of full. And I can't send the pet to sell because the pet is currently storing legendary stuff. Can just drop white and green and blue items I don't need. It's not allowing me because the train is not properly spawned. Now I can use that. Much better. Much better. Alright, let's get rid of this. Alright, I strayed a little from the path, so let's go back down here. And now we should be on track. And the pun was not intended, by the way, but a nice pun. I'm gonna remember this one. Oh, and I can't even come here because of another quest. Wow, seriously. Why do I see the quest marker then? Well, this is pretty far away in the quest stories of how this character is. Let me check. Travel point, talk to Zaya, and then go to the murky cavern. And this is the murky cavern, so I just need to talk to Zaya. Just missing that one step.
Take a look around.
So yeah, let's see what can I sell. This one. Okay, those seem to be the obvious choices because they're lower level. And on my outs, I'm not sure if I'll be needing them. This one I will be sacrificing for the duster. This one probably will go to the duster as well. Those would probably mostly go for the Duster as well. Although this is quite nice, Blind and Fear on a shield. Block HP Blind, this for level 41 is nice. For an out. And this one, a lot of physical defense. Shit tons of it on one shield. So this is the shield you need if you don't want to switch your whole set for physical gear. Just put a shield that gives you that defense together with another 2 bonuses. Look at this, this is over 10,000, probably 13,000, around that maybe, physical defense. I'm bad with the maths, I don't want to do the maths, but it's probably around there. And that's plenty, that's plenty. Even right now on this guy, of course, this guy, I've got merely 336. Whereas this would be probably around, if I get a full set on level 50, I'm gonna have more than 15,000 combined resistance if I per se combine poison with hive it resistances. Then to hive it and poison all together, if it's the same enemy, probably that would be a stacking bonus. But in most cases it would be either one or the other. But for bosses, hive bosses with poison, that's gonna be great.
We must focus on the mission.
What's this? Go dead in those quotes. Some quests, Probably some new quests. Random item. Alright. The game's giving me some adventurous look. Because probably there's someone near me, yeah.
You have a new quest.
Oh, did they change how Yapper talks? Yapper is the man. Have you never seen him? he is the man. Let me try and increase the volume a bit quickly of the game, just for a moment. So I'm increasing the desktop audio.
Like a crazy Yoda.
Yeah, kind of like a crazy Yoda in a like a weird one. It reminds me of Dobby the house elf a bit as well from Harry Potter. You know, in the way how he talks, kind of this weird distorted voice. He's a great character. So what was my quest? Murky Cavern now, where I was kind of. And I'm right there. A bit of nice war note on the loading screen. I'm loving that they added those little pieces of war on the loading screens, just to provide that atmosphere of learning bit by bit about the world of Torchlight Frontiers. And there's probably some Easter eggs every now and then. I haven't paid attention. I'm not that more into. I'm not that much into researching about war to the fullest, but I do love reading or listening to some pieces of warring games every now and then. So probably there might be some Easter eggs for the previous installments of the game, somewhere around there. Oh, look at that, how many zombies, wow. This on an AoE build would have been perfect. This is kind of an AoE setup, and I did execute it much better than I expected it would be. But yeah, I can imagine this on one of those other builds I was just testing earlier, how much it would have been on level 50 there, like how many enemies, how difficult. I guess this never can be tested because this is the murky cavern, so it's always gonna be this level. Yeah, the good thing is they're barely reaching me, even without the shield car. Okay, that went pretty nice. Yeah, pretty nicely. Let's check the other one. There should be another group of enemies here. I wonder if this can do a lot of damage. If it did, I probably wouldn't have been alive though. So yeah, the train build is fun later in the game when you can kind of spend enough points to squeeze good damage out of a train build, and you need proper gear for it. For leveling up it's good, as you can see, and it probably is even better for leveling up than the melee one, but the melee one kind of when I was leveling up my Realm Master, I really felt like it's better to be able to use the melee than the train that much. At least I didn't like how the train felt back then. Now the train feels much differently, and you don't have to smash the ground with your hammer all the time to keep the train coming. You just toggle the skill once, it starts following you, you toggle it off, it stops. As simple as that. So now the train does feel better, and this was added I think in update 8, this ability of the train to be up and just follow you around without you having to keep smashing the ground, like holding the skill for the build train. The animation is just you running and you can fight and you can use skills.
You're not getting any XP points, Sams.
Yeah, dude, that's 7-8 dungeon. And I'm 11 on this character. I'm not sure I fit into the... Let's see if I'm getting Kenny at all. Let's see if the XP would move. If it really doesn't move, I probably have out-leveled the zone. I think it should be 4 or 5 levels. Those are level 7, so I should be within the 5 number. And probably even within the 4 I should be classifying, depending on how it counts it. But yeah, look at that, it is moving a bit, but it's not by much. And the good source of XP when you're leveling up is the quests.
Shouldn't you two hit the enemies?
I'm also hitting them every now and then, but it's barely noticeable because mostly the train is doing the damage. I do use ranged attacks such as spinning blade. Use this, look at that. Spinning blade, this is my mortar, and this is my shotgun. So those train cars have active skills which I can use on call when I want them to be there, and they also have their passive skills which trigger automatically every few seconds with some short cooldown. So if I leave them be, look at that, they're just using their basic skills. But if I start using my spacebar or my number 4, I'm gonna shoot number 4 over here. So it's shot from here over there. So that's kind of how it might seem that I'm not doing much, but I'm still actually using skills. So I'm gonna quickly go back to the skill tree to see if someone maybe didn't know about this. But there's active and passive skills. So see, this has the passive of shooting mortars, whereas the active is make a big incendiary round. This one, you saw it, it's like a snipey shot, the active skill. A single wide swag that pierces, otherwise it just shoots in a cone like a shotgun. And the shield car has the active one that heals, which is pretty nice. I think the heal wasn't here before. So they've added more means of survivability to each class, to each setup. And for the flamethrower, you have it shooting flames periodically, but you can also do a nice continuous beam of flames for a short time in a certain location you decide, like in a certain direction. So you do have the active, you do have the passive, and some of the skills, by leveling them up, you will get bonuses for either the active or the passives, whether it's cooldown reduction or something else, like damage, etc., duration. And it is kind of like a summoner build, but not really. There's nothing that comes that close to it, because compared to engineers that place a turret, this one actually follows you around. So it's like walking turrets, which are modular. You decide which two you want to use, although not really. You just kind of pick from a series of possible combinations, let's say. And it's still nice, because in most cases, if they don't attack you and try to attack the train, if you probably have a shield card together with a high damage dealing one, the flamethrower per se can do shit tons of damage on bosses when the boss is in the fire for the whole duration of it. You can have some good damage reduction and healing with the shield car, and then you can have the damage with the flamethrower, for example. What's this thing? Is that the enemy I'm fighting? I guess so. And you see, actually I'm swinging the sword every now and then, but yeah, most of the time it's not me who's doing the damage. Now the bleeding really helped. I activated my ultimate of the relic's ultimate. Now quick cleanup. This ain't that bad. But when people ask for which one is the best, I for now can still say that I think it's the mage. The mage is not the best, but in a way that it's fastest for clearing. But it's also kind of probably the squishiest if you decide to go for a glass cannon setup. It still has some sources of healing now, so all characters now have new sources of healing in their builds as of reworks of some skills. How should I say it? Some skills behavior, so to say. Some skills got changed behavior, so some things that they used to do they no longer do. Others have retained their abilities to the way they were, but there are some things that have new added on top of the old ones. In some cases together with the old abilities, which is nice. Let's see the chest. A legendary. Celestial gauntlets. Level 8. Not gonna get that gear work, but look at that. Major shield buff from shield car and duration for vulnerable debuff from blasting charge. I probably don't have a single skill point in here, yeah. Blasting charge would have been pretty nice for a number 1 skill. Just some sort of endurance using skill, and the dynamite goes very well with the train build. So even if you wanna go for a train build, you still probably wanna try and experiment with hammer spin or blasting charge, and now even one turn flash would be pretty nice with a train build. This can also be good with a train build with as I demonstrated on my high level Realm Master. You can stack up a lot of good sources of damage when near the train. So there are items that give you damage when near your train. Then with the shield car you can go next to your train, get that buff, and then exit the train for like just the vicinity until the bubble, the shield bubble and the damage buff expires, and then just go back and rinse repeat. You can just kind of stay close to the train and probably flamethrower or shotgun together with shield. Was that possible to have shield and those two? So this cannot be with shotgun, so you would be having flamethrower or mortar with the shield. Okay. Yeah, I'm definitely gonna go for a flamethrower in a shield car build. Especially if it's played in the way I explained it to. So can we already go to the goblin stash, or do I need to do more missions? Give Zaya this, give Zaya that, give Zaya... Okay. Zaya wants some stuff. Let's go give her what she wants, what she needs. Come on, Zaya. I know what you got. Here's what I got. Thank you. Nice.
Oh, sorry.
Quest complete.
And relic weapon power up. There we go. Do we want damage to rupture, or do we want this? Or maybe a bit of a cooldown reduction on spinning blade. 5%. So that's 0.8 I think, but it's still showing up as 8 maybe.
See you next time. Anything catch your eye?
Okay, all the white gear needs to go, because it can be used for enchanting. The others I can probably turn into essences. I'm actually having a blast playing with the Wobby. I might stay a while and play on the Wobby for a bit, just to do those frame missions and get the XP. Because I'm getting some XP by doing Wobby missions, Wobby enemies. And it's kind of decently spent time. Otherwise, I'm not getting anything except the pain, the fame, and the gold. And the pain as well. Actually, that was a nice mess up there on my way saying pain, because it's actually true. Sometimes there is a lot of pain. They're bringing it in bulk sometimes. Let's quickly go and salvage those junk items. And I also need to go and grab myself a glass of water. So just give me a minute, I'm coming back in a moment. Okay, I'm back. Got myself some water and a couple of biscuits. Nice. So let's come here, get rid of the unnecessary gear. Boom, boom. I wanted to get rid of this. It's good for wobbies, but am I really gonna get rid of it? Okay, let's keep it for now. This one I wanna get rid of though. I know it's wobby gear and it's gonna be hard to find this low level, but why not? I might end up doing the zone on high level and get better high level. Oh shit, I broke it down. Actually, that's what I wanted. I wanted to break it down. As long as I'm not selling it. So, break it down. Break it down. Bam! So much breaking down. This one is pretty nice for a relic skill setup, but I think it's gonna be Wackbuster if I try such a setup. Okay. Not so bad now with the health again. Look at this, that's like supposedly 100% stun resistance for your pet. The unstunnable pet. This one is nice, stacking health on Q with health regen. This one is a keeper actually, because that's a lot of damage. This one has a chance of walk. The only reason I would keep it for Wob is that I'm leveling maybe. Those two seem to not be bad ones. Especially this one with the DPS. If you wanna go the DPS route, not the crit chance, crit damage maxing out route. Because both of them would be a good setup. This one, yeah, that's the one with a lot of physical defense, and this is the one with the... This should be destroyed though. This would have been nice on a different setup, so let's destroy it. as well, those gauntlets, because I don't have pound, I don't have vulnerable debuff for blasting charge. By the time I have them, I'm gonna need a lot of levels to be able to afford to put points into the other three. I might have some nice Wobby spare gear here. This is supposedly Wobby gear. This is gear work, this is attack speed and gear work, and it's better. Okay. Immediate improvement. Otherwise it was scaling down. I can't see exactly what was here. Cause it's that some of that gear was high level when I equipped it in this character. Then they fixed something or changed something that prevented from high level gear to be equipped on the Wobbies. But there was a time where we could equip high level gear on the Wobbies, and I didn't have room to store some gear, so I put some random mid level gear on this guy and on the other Wobbies. Now, what's happening with the fame? Still 160. And I still couldn't complete a quest. Kill goblins. And White Woad's lair. Oh, that's a long way from here. Then Hivids, Quats. Going to the muck. Crawling pools. Okay, a lot of different ones. Let's check this one. Maybe we can try and do the one before before White Woad. I've only got around half an hour more, or 40, 30, 35 minutes, something like that, of streaming for tonight before I can either mute my mic and keep streaming without it or just stop it. And in most cases I just prefer to stop streaming instead of streaming with the mic muted. We'll see. It's better to just get some rest, start working on content and finish that and start streaming early tomorrow maybe. What I do want is I do want to make a video overview of all the changes of the update, but I don't think I've got enough data to make a proper assessment. So it won't, if I make it tomorrow, it won't be as detailed as I might want it to be, but it would still be detailed enough for the average player, especially people who have never played the game. But for people who have been following the game for a while and who are playing it themselves, maybe some of the additional information I want to find out and include might be missing if I do the video tomorrow, because I still have some testing to do of some of the changes. So the goal for tomorrow probably would be to try and do some recordings with some testing of all the things listed in the patch notes, to see if I can cover the whole list. And this is what I'll the next update or upgrade of my system would be more SSD storage. This time it was a new CPU, new motherboard and new cooler, but the next time it would be an SSD for sure, because it's definitely needed when making content, and especially I wanna install the games on an SSD, because currently I don't have enough room to install games on my SSD. And this will definitely improve my performance in some places where there's a lot of voting going on, I guess. I need to find someone who is playing this game on an SSD and has tested it on both the HDD and the SSD to tell me whether there's a big difference in the loading screens with the same system without accounting for some upgrades of the system other than the change of the drive. Because each time you travel, if the hard drive is the throttling of the system when you're loading up, that would really be a nice improvement for me if I switch to an SSD speed instead of a SATA HDD. Wait, where's the... Oh, it's this way. There we go. Goblin Stash. Was that where White Vault is? I can't enter, maybe? Maybe I need to do some quests before it, but it doesn't say that it's locked. So... something's going on here. Maybe I need to progress my main quests. Upper excavation. Well, we have upper excavation nearby, let's just do that, I guess. Let's do that upper excavation. If anyone wants to see certain type of character, certain gameplay, let me know. I'm willing to shift and to do a bit of playing this thing because someone wants to see it, a bit of playing the other thing. I really don't mind doing that for this game at the moment. Normally when it comes to backseat gaming, I'm very open-minded, and to a certain extent in most games I would actually even enjoy it, because there's always things I might not know. There's a lot of things I've learned from viewers in many different games over the time. Of course, there's a lot of things I eventually find out myself, but after a lot of trial and error. Level 12 here, yeah. I'm enjoying the lobby for sure. Feels a bit different, a bit slower paced than playing the high level players, the high level characters, but it still doesn't feel that bad. But look at that boss fight. Even on my high level player, sometimes a boss fight would be kind of bullet sponge, spell sponge, skill sponge. Okay. Okay. Let's use this one. Get that bleeding going on. I actually forgot about this ability, because what I don't like is this one, it's still kind of covering not as much as before, so we can actually see this cooldown timer, but it's still kind of distracting having those buffs over there on top of it, even with a little bit of transparency that's added now. So should I be focusing this guy or the leader first? I think I should focus the little guys because they can do a lot of damage themselves. Ah, she suddenly stopped hitting him. Was wondering why. Maybe after certain actions like casting certain skills I need to restart my attack. It won't continue auto-attacking whomever I'm holding my mouse over. It's okay, I guess I'm just gonna keep mashing my button instead of holding it. That's something new, it didn't work like this before. So yeah, maybe they reworked some of the blueprints for the skills. That's probably what's causing this. What's this? Oh, I'm at this quest now. Yeah, yo, getting some ores, some earth ember samples. I'm really liking those gatherable structures. I wish we could gather from them something useful in the end game. Because we can now see them in the end game maps before they were missing from them. Not sure if it's a bug for me to be seeing them in the end game maps every now and then. But I can't get anything like some resources from it. And it would be nice to not get that wasted. Maybe repaint it, swap a different paint job on it, and maybe make it a separate resource. Something like a essence cache. It would be nice to be able to find essences every now and then. For certain elite enemies to drop essences maybe. Instead of the items, but that's gonna be a bit lazy mode for us players probably, to be able to get the essences without needing to do the grinding of process. So I understand why this doesn't exist. It's gonna be kind of spoiling us too much. So this on level 50 probably would have ended up killing me, smashing this barrel like this, unless they rework the damage. But I think on level 50 the damage from those barrels scales up pretty high, or at least used to. I need to check some old videos to see how much I've died from those. So yeah, this is missing it's missing my favorite train skill currently for this Wobby. But since my other character is packed with the new skills, my level 50 Realm Master, I can't respec it because I actually used the respec on it yesterday, or no, actually it was today still. Or it might be yesterday since 7 minutes ago for my place. But yeah, I respect, and I went all in the lineage tree on my high level just to be able to use the 2 new lineage skills in the same build, and oh boy are they a wonder. Those new skills on the quads, I can show you after this map. I can log on the high level Realm Master just to show you how much I'm enjoying them. Especially this circular, or not circular but spiky around the player AoE. like around the player's radius. I think was that 12 spikes or is it 10 spikes? I need to count them, but there's a lot of spikes. Pretty nice hammer smashing skill. But the XP in the game currently, if you have to compare it to Diablo or to Chaos Bane, this definitely is not as fast XP as Chaos Bane. So leveling up would be actually a big part of your playing the first tens of hours. So probably it would take you 30 hours or 40 hours or so of play time, of leveling time to get and that's not the maximum. That's just to probably max out a single frontier, or maybe to get in both frontiers around level 36, 7, 8, maybe 40 in both frontiers. Not sure, depends on how effective you level up, whether you play in parties all the time, whether you have a group that clears pretty quickly. Because if you have 4 people, you can probably have one specking into support. Something you can try and find the best support build for all 3 classes. I can tell you right now what would be best support on this guy. Of course, Shield Car. That goes without saying. Shield Car is great, it heals. And it doesn't say that it heals just you. It just says it heals. So maybe it heals your allies as well. This needs to be tested. This would be nice for party play. Blinding. And this one is swallowing. But if you want to have the shield car, then that's gonna be kind of a weird setup. But it is doable. It is doable. I can see
Chaos
it
Bane
happening.
in an eternal online setting would be amazing.
Oh yeah, I'm sure it would be. I'm sure it would be. Chaos Bane, I've been seeing that there's some improvement and that there's huge changes going on, but it still doesn't feel like enough to grab me to find some room to install it in my PC filled up with stuff like content I make and plugins and resources for content making and so on. I only have a few installed games and I don't really have much room to install new ones. But I'm gonna try probably and make some room and reinstall Chaos Bane and see how the changes have affected the game. Is it easier to do the invasions now for let's say mediocre builds if you don't have the most min-max setup? I'm assuming it's gonna be easier, and I'm wondering what the new legendary sets would be there, what skills they would be catered towards, what builds. So yeah, there's things I wanna find out there, and I'm gonna try and install the game soon when I have time in between this game and Borderlands. And in the meantime, I think now I can proceed. I
It
was
still
just
lacks a
missing
viable
this
end game.
collectible.
The new blessings help there a lot.
Oh, so the new blessing system is a blessing. Okay. That's nice, that's good to know. It's pretty good to know. And in the meantime, let's go here.
I could tell you what the new sets do, but you should experience them by yourself.
I don't mind you telling me. If you tell me, I'd appreciate the info and I'd actually love to hear it. I know it's better
And
to
the new
experience
weapons
it
slash
myself.
items.
I just need to know some of the new stuff and I wouldn't mind hearing it from you. I would most likely even end up wanting to play it more if I hear about the new stuff, compared to if I don't. Because I might be like, oh shit, I wanna try this, or oh man, I have to try this. So feel free to let me know whatever you want about what changed, as opposed to update 08 was it, I think, or 09 that I last played. I'm not sure. I think it was 1.08.
And the new god skill tree is OP as fuck.
But are the new god skill trees, weren't those only for people who had season passes? If that's only for people with the season passes, I probably won't have access to it.
Season pass or Magnus Dietitian.
Okay, I need to check which one I had. I probably have all those perks and stuff unlocked, but we'll see. When it comes to me playing it, I'll see if I have it. If I have it, it's gonna be nice. If I don't, well, bummer. And it's gonna run
It is
better for
1990,
me now.
but you get everything until the Tomb Kings DLC.
That's kind of fine, but it's still a decent price to pay for a game that cost you $50 on the launch, the retail price, and then a season pass of 20. But I'm playing Borderlands, so it's kind of comparing Borderlands and the season pass of Borderlands and knowing the quality of things I can get. And yes, Borderlands is more expensive than this game, but it's still within the
20 for an
same
expansion
price
isn't much.
limit. It isn't much. 20 for expansion isn't much.
And a ton of fan buffs.
But it depends what you get for this expansion. This game itself felt like it needed a few more expansions before releasing. Like, it felt like it was rushed. That's what Chaos Bane felt. It felt very rushed, but maybe they had deadlines, maybe the guys with the suits that want returns didn't give them much time. Whatever the reasons were for releasing Chaos Bane that prematurely, the main thing is they're updating the game now, bit by bit. If they're communicating more with the community as opposed to when the game launched, that's also an improvement. So
Every
at least
other
the developers
DLC
are
is free
trying
as well as
to
is
be
the fifth
better.
hero, Keela.
Yeah, that's pretty nice. What's the fifth hero going to be like? What type of class is it? Because I might really get intrigued by
Yes.
something like a Inquisitor, like
Yes.
I guess it would be an Inquisitor, some sort of kind of witch hunter or whatever it was called, something like Soulspire. That's what I thought it would be.
You're going the regular path. False.
So
I
so
was
it's some
right though.
sort of assassin, probably melee assassin, is it? Or does it have range skills? I think it's some sort of melee assassin, because that's something we probably miss. We do have Bragi being very tanky and so on
It will
when
be
it
a
comes to
Dahlia
certain
engineer,
builds.
with all the turrets and grenades and so on.
Oh, the
Female.
Dahlia engineer. Okay, okay. That's not bad. That's actually pretty nice. That's actually gonna be a very nice character to play. good move on their part. And it fits the universe pretty decently.
Female Dahlia without a beard LOL.
Female Dawi without a beard, wow, okay. I didn't know they had non-bearded women in there. I think all of their women had beards. Wasn't that like a thing in the Warhammer universe that even the women Dawis or however it's pronounced had beards? Or was I mistaking it for another universe's war? Cause that's also quite possible that I'm mistaking for something else. Was that supposed to be a link or something? Because it seemed to have been censored and came out as stars, unless you meant to type those. It might be the auto moderation.
I only know
seems
that
like
the Dahlia's birth rate is 7 male to 1 female.
Oh, 7 male to 1 female birth rate. Dude, those guys have some powerful swimmers there in Daviland.
Turcom /whole Chayasbane /status /1174699674973814784.
We made poor Joe's work harder. This guy, I think it's Microsoft
Maybe
Joe,
this one.
the voice I'm using for the text-to-speech. Or was it Microsoft Tom or Microsoft Greg? It's one of those names. Now I can't go here. Advanced Quest Rare Earth. Oh, don't tell me I've missed something. Thankfully it's nearby and it's 2 of them. Goody good. 1 out of 2 and there we go. Smashy smash over the rock with the hammer, farming for some stock. Oh, smashy smash boss. Let's get those little dudes out of the way. Little dude, but this little dude probably can two-shot me. Shit. That's some tough rocks you got there. Look at those. If those guys take this long to kill, I can only imagine how difficult the boss would be on this build. And are those infinite? Because if they are, oh boy, I'm gonna stay and farm some infinite XP here. Although it's probably not effective farming those, because they seem to be white enemies, white named enemies. So they would give you as much as a goblin, but take shitloads of time to kill. I'm hoping they're not endless, but yeah, they are. So the strategy would be to focus this guy and avoid the little guys.
Your health is
Kind of
low.
hard, because I need to go around there somewhere. And now I don't have potions, so GG. Come on, train. I know you can do it. You're the MVP, train. We got it. Come on, train. Good job, train. He deserves, or she deserves, the little bit of extra oil I'm gonna put in that engine tonight. Before I let her stay in the depot. Let's see. A blue shield, blazing shield. Pet's full. Some gear high level here, so I won't go and sell the stuff. Alright, let's exit this dungeon, go turn in the quest. But damn, I still couldn't unlock some of those quests, some of those fame quests to be accessible for this hero. So I really need to be doing those on my other characters if I want to focus on just spamming and running those fame quests. Which probably is a very good way to progress if you're a new player. Just use those fame quests, those contracts as your driving point, and as you do those, do your main missions and stick to them together. That's probably gonna be great when leveling up new classes, but with this one I didn't know how far the main mission was and which additional side missions to take. So I can now, for the last few minutes, either play on another character or keep pushing with this one. But I'm gonna be stopping the stream very soon. Let's check if we can go into this zone. The one I couldn't get to before. Maybe we need to go give Zaya the Earth Ember before we can unlock this. If you want another hero, let me know and I can switch to another hero. I've got maxed out level of all 3 heroes. Only the one from the 3 that's 48 instead of 50-50, which is pretty close, is the Forged. You wanna see the Forged? Okay. Let's go on the Forged.
The one with the turrets.
The one with the turrets? Oh, you mean the Railmaster? But I don't have the trains on it because I respect my skills. So I can do Railmaster without trains, or I can do the Forged. But there aren't turrets here. Currently we don't have anyone that can do turrets. Besides the Railmaster, but the Railmaster needs to be a train Railmaster, and the one I've got here, if you're talking about this one, he currently doesn't have skill points to spare unless I get another respec. But those respecs currently are only given at certain patches, certain hotfixes. So this is the skills of this dude. See, this one is maxed out. All skills 12. And I've only got shield car here. And that's it. 100 skill points used out of 100. So yeah. There's something to collect here though.
This time, there's no
Magic weapon.
You say opportunistic. Aye. Good luck on your travels.
So I can quickly play with this though, for a map or two, just to show you spike drive, one turn flash, pretty nice. If you didn't see me play this earlier, you will
Has
love
anyone
this
got the
quad.
spider mines?
Oh, there is something like spider mines, but it's actual spiders, and they are from the poisoned relic weapon, which I think this class is using. Oh no, it isn't. There is a weapon that can summon up to 10 spiders. When you kill a poisoned enemy, you have a chance to summon a spider, and it goes, I think, all the way to 10. Or was it 12? I don't remember exactly, but I think it's 10. And look at this AoE, look at this, smashy smash. Smashy smash. Boom. Amazing. Smashy smash. There we go, another one. This is Noxious. Not the worst, but not the best map. But it's one of the more preferable ones you can get. As opposed to Toxic, which is probably the one you pray you never get.
There is the
When you
damage
do
I was
this,
looking for.
And this is, look, this is casual difficulty, dude. Let me quickly show you why the damage seems such. Because I was playing on the casual difficulty with this character. I think it changed it after I switched. So it's still casual until I switch the map. So after this map it's gonna be the proper one. Changing the difficulty changes the damage, of course, you do. So now I'm not sure whether the enemies actually got changed to the new difficulty or not. They do seem pretty tanky right now. And you can make the enemies take more damage by doing this dynamite. So the combo would be dynamite and spike drive, or maybe dynamite, lantern, spike drive. Of course the lantern has a longer cooldown, but I haven't found gear for it yet. Maybe there's gonna be gear that gives me cooldown for this and reduced endurance cost for this. That's gonna be my dream gear for this build. And a special rail hammer that gives me 1 extra charge on hammer spin, or 2 extra charges on hammer spin. Or makes the duration of hammer spin, the spinning duration twice as long. That would also be nice. Like extra sonic hammer, something that while you're spinning starts some sort of an engine. A dwarven engine would be very nice, or a goblin engine that keeps spinning you faster. That's why the duration of the spin is twice as long. Or maybe the duration in lifetime is the same amount. So the time it takes me to spin here would be the time it would take with this special hammer. But for the same time you would be traveling twice the distance because of that extra spinning. So you would be spinning faster but traveling the same distance quicker. Something like this. It would be pretty nice to have such a hammer. That's the kind of just one idea of how they can try and tackle itemization and making unique items, just to experiment, see whether it works, whether it doesn't, whether it's too overpowered and a nerf cannot save it and it needs to go away. It's an alpha, so if not now, when do they even plan on experimenting with such weird stuff? In the beta is also fine, I guess, with items to just experiment in the beta and after the launch with weird DLCs, weird items from the act bosses of those DLCs, from the frontier bosses. I guess the DLCs would be new frontiers, so you would be getting new frontiers, and probably, since it's free to play, what they would be getting would be new skins for the cash shop, maybe, if they want to sell skins with each frontier. Certain items that are for the remodeling, because we do know for sure that there will be a system to allow you to transmog items, to put the look on one item into another one. So let's say I like this this hat, but I don't like the stats on my other hat, and I want to use my other hat with the stats of this one. So I'm applying the skin I want on the item with the stats I need. That's kind of what transmog will be. So I'm assuming they would be selling skins to put in the collection book. So you're collecting skins into a collection book, and from there you're applying those collected skins onto your items. So they're probably gonna sell some transmog skins, which is fine. This is perfectly fine if they decide to monetize something like this. Vanity items is one of the best ways to monetize a free-to-play game without it being broken. Okay, let's get some mana there. Does this reach the big buck? Big O sword. Come on, sword. Make it sword. Sword it. He did some swording. And enough with the sword puns, I guess. Let's check down here. Okay, this looks much better than before. Before, those pools of poison on the ground were slightly different. I don't remember those cracks being that detailed. I think there were definitely changes to the environment. Definitely improvements. Let's go to Travel Point. And I think this is gonna be it. It's 12:35 a.m. So for today, that's gonna be it. Tomorrow there could be some more Borderlands, or there could be some more Torchlight Frontiers. I'm gonna have to decide that tomorrow. For now, let's quickly turn in and
Fortitude above all.
then go this thing that they keep giving me and sell some gear. Level 50 boots, don't sell. Okay, that I'm gonna keep for Essence Inc. So thanks everyone who joined, for watching. Thanks for the follows and for all the loving. It's pretty much appreciated and means a lot to me. So keep it cool, Struck Club, and lots of respect your way. Until next time, and see you around. Goodbye.